Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Administrative Issues and Updates for January 20th, 2026. County Administrator Gary Smith, would you please call the roll for us?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Roll call. Commissioner West.
I'm here.
Commissioner Schrader.
Here.
Commissioner Helm.
Here.
Commissioner Savas.
Present.
Chair Roberts.
Here. And thank you, Gary. Would you introduce our first agenda item?
Yes, first you have a new dais. We're back in the hearing room and we're all learning today. This is our first test of the new system. Please forgive any hookups to the board and the public. We'll do our best. So far, so good. With that, our first update today is Recovery Campus regular monthly update. Cindy Becker, Project Manager in County Administration, will give the update. Go ahead, please, Cindy.
Guess you're like Judge Judy. I know, right? Good morning, Commissioners. It's so nice to come before you and not be begging you for money. So it's always a good sign. So I'm here to give you the monthly update. If we want to start on the attachment, just walk through the attachment and talk about things that have happened since we last met. We're currently working with SHPO, State Housing Preservation something of Oregon, maybe, I don't know. But because the building is over 50 years old, even though it's in really bad shape, we have to go through the SHPO process. And there is a process. And we've been assured by our SHPO person that it's not going to hold anything up, but we were hoping to do the demolition of the building earlier, but technically we can't do it until we get the final sign off from SHPO. So we expect the process to just take a few months, and we're hoping to demolish the building. We're thinking about May. So that's just, it just is. So funding, great news about funding, and shout out to Governor Kotek. So we were awarded an additional $10 million that we're now trying to figure out how we get it. I don't think they're going to be dropping off bags of cash, so there will be a process for that. So I just want to acknowledge that our commissioners, the chair and Commissioner West did meet with Providence and Kaiser to see if they had any inclination to donate, particularly because their respective facilities, their hospitals are going to get the benefit of the recovery campus, and in terms of less people going and places to move people anyway, the answer was unfortunately no. They have other issues that they're working on. So I'm going to get into the funding of this, so I'll wait in the next attachment, so I'll wait until that. So in terms of communication and outreach, CCSO is still using the building for SWAT, for people SWAT and doggy SWAT, in case anybody's like really into that. So the neighbors seem fine with it. We haven't had any complaints about it. We are going to be, again, developing Good Neighbor Agreement Protocol, and my goal right now is to have a larger community meeting, probably early summer, to talk about the open space, to get more input into the Good Neighbor Agreement. So we've been talking about it, but we're still looking at a year and a half away, so there isn't like a rush to have the Good Neighbor Agreement done today. But we will involve other people. We will be inviting the commissioners to attend that meeting. We do have occasional quick Zoom calls with the people on the Good Neighbor group, and the past few calls there have been no questions, no issues, so that seems to be going along fine. I know that Mr. Poole sent in a letter about all the things that should be in the Good Neighbor Agreement. Those are the very things that we've been talking about. We have examples of Good Neighbor Agreements that have been done in other situations, and those are very similar. So there's nothing particularly new, but it was a nice reminder. So we will be having those conversations again with the larger community, and would hope that as many of you can come to that. Okay. So, before I get into the funding piece, does anybody have a question about what I just? Yes, Commissioner.
Yeah. With regard to the written communication received from Mr. Poole, I would like to sincerely find out which people he's hearing from. Okay.
Commissioner, I agree. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering if and Gary, you know Mr. Poole pretty well. Cindy, I don't know how well you know him, but I know him pretty well. I haven't talked to him in ages, but I would certainly like to engage with him, or we should, and I'd like to actually put in writing, please, point us to or identify the folks that have concerns. We want to make a legitimate effort to resolve those things, and I don't want this to fester till the summer. So I think the sooner we at least show that to him and others, those constituents that he's hearing from, that we're trying our best. So please, if we're missing someone, tell us who they are.
Commissioner, I also, just for your information, in one of the communications, I did offer that anyone could email me directly, and I offered if you had a group of people, we would come out and do a presentation. I never heard back.
Okay,
So we've tried.
I know.
Okay.
All right, any other questions? I see Diana Helm. Go ahead.
Yeah, I fully agree with Commissioner Savas. I do business with someone down there off of, I believe it's 93rd. And the last time I was in, he has grave concerns. He's heard a lot of misinformation. Is there something that we can give them, like a flyer or some sort that they can access the website or whatever? I tried to, right a bunch of the wrongs that he was told, obviously. But I do know he's concerned, and I also know that there is concern from the autistic community that is at the end of
Rebuilt.
that street. Yes. So anyway, I agree that we need to be ahead of it and not, I know it's not a rush, but I think the more information we have out there ahead of time, I think will serve us better in the long run.
That's great. And we do have a website for the Recovery Campus, and we can make sure you have that website. It's got a lot of information, and we can do a flyer. We built is on the Good Neighbor group, and so they've got 2 or 3 members on the group. So I have no problem giving more information. Be happy to do that. If they're individual people, again, we're also happy to do a presentation. If there's a group of folks, we'll go out and meet with them. So any information you want to send our way, we'd be happy to reach out.
I will say it's kind of a cop-out for me to send somebody to a website, right? I want to walk in and I want to have a conversation with them.
Okay.
I want to alleviate their concerns. So
Great.
having something that they can follow through with and read after I've left or something, I'm willing to go have those conversations too, because I think in the end, this is really going to benefit the community. So
I agree. And we do, and I'll print out, we have a good FAQ on the website. I'll print that out. We also have a one-pager just on that, so we'll be happy to do that for you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Commissioner West.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, you turned.
We're
We're
learning.
figuring it out. Not that long ago, we had quite a bit of neighborhood contention. Our first meeting was a little tense, to say the least.
little.
It could have been. It was a lot tense, but we worked really hard, Commissioner Helm. But we need to continue that work. It's super important. In making sure that we're good ambassadors as commissioners. But I am heartened that we have been able to be good partners with the neighborhood and alleviate many of those concerns, and we'll address them as they come up. We also did a large outreach, much larger than is normally done, this sphere around the actual recovery campus, and so it has been progressing in the right direction in my assessment, though we will continue to do that work. And his concerns are valid and should be addressed, and that information should be truthful that he gets, so he's got a clear picture of what's going on in his community where he does business. So I support that. Can you maybe talk a little bit about the significance of the $10 million before we went on holiday break? We were having to make some very creative financial moves and some magicianry around how we would figure out how to still maybe do phase 1. And we had some disappointment coming out of the legislative session. We asked for help from the state. And unfortunately, we were under the impression that that was not going to be coming as we anticipated. And then we had to get to work and roll up our sleeves and had a long public session about this is our priority, how are we going to still figure it out? And the board did great work that day. And then I know that Commissioner Savas and I had a conversation with the governor about where we were at and the impact of not getting that funding. And she was very attentive to us and gave us time and stepped away from her busy day to give us that time. She remembered everything we said, and she took it at heart. And I probably speak for this board that we are incredibly grateful for her helping, for her making sure we got those funds. It wouldn't have happened without her. I think it's important for the public to know the impact of what that additional $10 million actually does and how significant that is. So you could speak specifically to that $10 million and what the next phase looks like. And then I just want to personally and publicly thank the governor for that funding. And it's going to go to good work, and it's going to make a massive impact in this crisis that we've been trying to address for years.
Yes, Commissioner, the 10 million was a game changer. And I also want to thank the board and certainly Mary and Trent for all the work that everyone has really done and focused on this. At the last time we met, we were really focused on can we get building 1 done? And I know, Commissioner, you said, but I want both of them. And so we said, okay, step away from the ledge here. Let's just get building 1 done. And so we were able to use different funding sources we would have to take out a loan and because the funding sources that we were relying on weren't going to be there right away, like opioid and SHS dollars were going to come in over time, and we couldn't wait for that. So we were able to come up with that, and we felt very confident that we would be able to finance Building 1. And so the next question was, what do we do about Building 2? And, some folks have said, well, maybe we just don't do it, or this, that. Building 2, the housing building, is really, for want of a better phrase, the crown jewel of the campus. What makes this different than other recovery centers, which are buildings, is this campus, which has everything. It's from detox to residential treatment to outpatient to transitional housing, so that when people return to the community, their recovery capital is much more built up. They'll have a place to stay. They'll have a job. They will be working with peers to connect them back into the community. So that transitional housing was really a critical piece to this. And financially, it would have cost us at least $800,000 more if we delayed the building, because we couldn't take advantage of the efficiencies, as Commissioner Savas has pointed out, in other projects that we've done. So on many levels, that $10 million, for want of a better phrase, brought us home, because we had some of the funding for the second building, but not enough to say, go ahead. We still were missing a significant amount of money. That $10 million has made it possible to do that. We still are going to have to take out a loan, because we still have to use some opioid dollars, but far less than we would have before, which enables us to continue the work in prevention that the opioid dollars had been used for. So it really, it's made all the difference. And otherwise, we probably would have had a delay at least a year, I think, of the building. So now we're not done yet, just kind of FYI. We just heard today from Trent that our earmark is in the budget bill. Yes. And so that's for $2.5 million. That bill hasn't been signed yet, but we're hoping it will. What it does is reduce the loan that we have to take. We're also working, Trent is also working with a local legislator and meeting with the caucus, because it appears that there was one of our legislators was allotted some funds to use for a project that's not going to happen, and so she's going to see if that can be redirected to us.
Awesome.
So again, we're whittling down. Right now, we're at about, I think it's around $9-10 million loan that we still would be taking out, and so the more we can whittle that down, obviously, the better.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to add one thing. We did meet with Kaiser and Providence, and I did find those meetings with the chair to be incredibly important. One, it's building relationship. We do have a common value system and a desire to get this work done together. We're all dealing with these financial constraints and everything, and that's just reality. At least in our last meeting, one of the Kaiser executives did pull me aside and said, hey, I don't know how much we can help financially, but we want to find every other way we can to be good partners with you and to help you out. So I do think that there's future opportunities there, maybe not in this initial go-around, but and that is true, but there's fruit there. There's good things with those relationships, and we appreciate both of those providers. And I think that we will see good outcomes from our relationship with them. And so there's, I think, to be continued and a little more to come with Kaiser and Providence. And I really appreciate the meetings they took with myself and the chair.
Great. Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Savas?
Yeah, to the earlier conversation about outreach, I know that we do our best to learn from our mistakes, but, sometimes we're not as incentivized to learn from our successes. To that end, Commissioner Schrader and I, when we were doing the Veterans Village, made a concerted effort with staff to talk to every business. We went door to door. We went door to door talking to them, and we not only put our faces out there and staff, but the assurances that we would have a good neighbor plan. We would give them assurances that, we'll be a good neighbor, that we'll take care of any kind of issues with that. And, more importantly, knowing some of the people, actually personally, that had businesses nearby, they had an existing problem before we ever built that Veterans Village, and they were having vandalism, they were having encampments, they had a number of those things that were negatives to them. And the reality is we improved that, and it went away. And I think that same message, had we worked harder to do that with the turnkey opportunity we had, we could have been more effective. But we got to reemploy that strategy. And that means that, Ben, I'm going to put you to work. We need to go door to door and convey that. And so having your assistants, Cindy, and staff, other staff, to just to give them, again, the face that we are going to be committed to this.
Absolutely. Well, absolutely. That's great. Thank you. And thank you for willingness to do that. Appreciate it. So I'm going to turn to attachment B, which is it's pretty straightforward funding analysis. So the first part talks about what the costs are. And so the zoning, which we were successful, the property itself, $3.5 million, and the construction, which includes the demolition of the existing building and pre-construction. This, again, we're looking at the whole project, both buildings. Okay. So now we're looking at, any questions about that? Okay. Now we're looking how we're going to fund this. And as you can see, we have quite an array, a diversity of funding, which is great. So the funds that have been committed, so ARPA money, $2 million, behavioral health settlement, that's from dollars they had from a while ago, and SHS, the first allocation, we talked about the first and second allocation because we had allocated, H3S had allocated the $10.2 million about a year ago, and then they were able to identify another $3.2 million. Trillium, that's the CCO, Coordinated Care Organization, is putting up $180,000, and then we've used $2.89 million of opioid funding, the state award, and then the zoning. We hadn't figured in the zoning costs anywhere, but it actually did cost H3S. We hired a consultant to walk us through the zoning, and so H3S contributed those funds. So the total funding committed is 30 million, and the outstanding loan amount is 14 million. And so and then there are some closing costs, not closing costs, interest costs. So the lower we can get the loan, the shorter time period we can have the loan for, the obviously less we'll have to draw on the opioid funding. And again, that outstanding loan amount we still have the 2.5 million coming in, hopefully from the feds. And then if this other money comes in this session from a local legislator, so we're hoping to whittle that down to, closer to $10 or less million. And so we feel very confident about this. We're very excited about it. It's doable. And even if we had to fund the 14.7 million, we do have the opioid funds to do that. So Rebecca Gibbons on Mary's staff has gone through the funding of that and the loan amount. And so worst case, if you will, if we had to do the 14.7, we do have the funds for that. Questions?
Yes. Diane Hill, go ahead.
How confident are you that the prices are not going to go up?
So that's a great question. And when they put in the proposal, they did add in, increases, cost of living
escalation
increases.
cost.
They also have contingencies in various parts of the budget. And last but not least, that's funny you should bring that up because I was thinking about that on my way into this morning. I have a lot of random thoughts when I drive in. And I'm not sure it wouldn't be a bad idea to add maybe another $1 million to the loan. If we don't need it, we just give it right back. And if we do, we have it again because stuff happens.
Right.
And so, I need to talk to certainly Mary and Rebecca. I think we could still handle it, but I think we need to have that conversation. We're meeting with our financial folks, the outside financial folks that will do the work on the loan on Thursday. So we can ask that question, so.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Right. Any other comments or questions? I want to echo what Commissioner West said, and my other colleagues too. Is just a big thanks to the governor for that $10 million. It really is a game changer. And again, thanking all my colleagues. Everybody's been working behind the scenes for some time now, rallying legislature and everybody we can think of to help raise money for this important cause. And so I think all of us were ecstatic over the holidays when we got that message. Thank you, Gary, for reaching out to all of us. And again, a big shout out to the governor for that $10 million, a big, big game changer. So with that, if there's no other
I have one other thing I
Yes.
just wanted to mention, just so you know, we aren't only focusing on the money, although I am, but we are looking at putting together a process. How do you get in and how do you get out? It's one thing to have the recovery campus that's providing the services, but people need to know how to access it, where to access it from. So Mary is, taking the lead on really looking at how do people get in, and then what happens when people leave in terms of housing and jobs. So we want to make sure that we've got the whole process and how this is connected to the larger recovery-oriented system. So we are doing multiple things at once, and so while we're focusing on the money, we're also focusing on the process and making sure that we are utilizing everything we can to make things as smooth as possible for individuals and systems to come together.
Very important.
Yeah.
Did you have something else?
No,
I didn't turn your light off.
turn it off.
I didn't I? I'm learning our new system up here. And so with that, we'll go ahead and move on. And Gary, what do you have next? Thank you, Cindy, very much.
Great, thank you. Next is reestablishment of the county's Hospital Facility Authority. Elizabeth is out of the office today unexpectedly due to illness, so Jeff Munns, Assistant County Counsel, will present. And we have in the audience Douglas Coe, who's Senior Counsel with ORIC, which has been our counsel on this hospital authority from the beginning. So Jeff, if you go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. For the reestablishment of the Hospital Facility Authority of Clackamas County, this is something in our county code, Chapter 203. It is established consistent with Oregon Chapter 441 of the Oregon Revised Statutes. Interestingly, in your code, it was adopted to have a 7-member board that would be appointed by this body, by the Board of County Commissioners. That board does not exist currently, and so to reestablish this, you're going to need to appoint a board. Or the Chapter 441 of the Oregon Revised Statutes allows for this type of board authority to have a board of minimum 5 members. So you could appoint yourselves as the Board of Directors to the Hospital Facility Authority of Clackamas County. Because it's a 7-member board under the code, your quorum requirements would change to be 4 people to have a majority. So you could only act through 4 members. So if you had an absence, you just have the bare quorum available and have to act accordingly. You could also appoint additional board members to get up to the 7, but you could move forward in reestablishing this hospital authority by just appointing yourselves as the Board of Directors of the Hospital Facility Authority of Clackamas County. And then you'd be able to consider the business of that hospital facility authority, such as this project that's been submitted, and then the issuance of bonds pursuant to that.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Munns. Any questions from my colleagues?
Well, I do. That is, I can reach it.
Yours is closer than mine.
Yeah, it is, right. We're all adapting to the new dais here. So, as far as the composition of the board, not so much the numbers as much as the skill sets. It'd be ideal to have people with, understanding or acumen on the finances and bonding and all those moving pieces, as well as, maybe hospitals themselves. I'm not adverse to having members of this commission be part of that, but I would certainly, not unlike our budget committee, like to have some financial expertise, on this, in the composition. So that's my only add here for the conversation.
Any other comments? All right, well, would somebody like to make a motion?
Do we have?
Well, it says name the 5 commissioners, so going back to my statement, is this 5 of 5 or 5 of 7?
Well, the code allows, the board is 7 members. And so as the other boards around the county, some of the different districts that have come up, questions have come up in the past, when you don't have a quorum to act, the Board of County Commissioners acts as the appointing authority. And so here, you are the appointing authority, and you don't have to appoint all of the positions. If you had 7 names, you could appoint 7 names, maximum under the current ordinance. You can also appoint enough to regain a quorum. And so here, you could appoint even just 4, then you would have a quorum, so you could act as the hospital facility authority. If you appoint 5, you should appoint 5 because that's a requirement under ORS 441. So the minimum you can appoint is 4. I'm sorry, I misspoke. It's a new issue for me here today. But when you look at the requirements of the state law, you'd have to do 5 minimum, and under our ordinance, 7 maximum. Of course, we could revise the ordinance to change that because you have some options under ORS Chapter 441. It can be, I think, up to even like 20 individuals, if I remember correctly, from the statute, but a much larger board if you wanted. That's a bit unwieldy, especially given the history of this board where it's activated and then members fall off because the project is completed and there's no further business for the hospital authority. You have options, but you'll need to do at least 5. You can appoint additional members later, and to your point, if you wanted to attract some individuals within the community with some specific knowledge and experience, that would be possible.
Okay, so to get the board rolling, we're just initiating the 5 to get the ball rolling, and then we can make adjustments afterwards.
Correct.
Okay. So I move that the board reactivate the Hospital Facility Authority of Clackamas County and name my 5 colleagues as the initial authority directors.
I'll second that.
All right. Commissioner Savas has moved to reactivate the Hospital Facility Authority of Clackamas County and name the 5 current county commissioners as directors. Commissioner Schrader has seconded that. Any further discussion? Commissioner Helm?
No, just to clarify, so this, this authority, excuse me, is so that they can get financing, tax exempt financing, correct?
Correct.
For improving their facilities or building new facilities. And I saw that it was brought back in 2020 for the Rose Villa senior living facility. I just want to clarify that that's what this is for. And has there been, I'm not familiar with this at all, but has there been any problems with it in the past? We're just a go-between? Is it sort of like the CPACE program?
If I could call on
There-
Gary.
There's no problems. There's been 2 projects in the last 15 years since you've had a hospital facility. So it disbands as soon as the project is done, and then we bring it back, which has been the difficulty in recruiting public members, frankly. So there's a more urgent request by Willamette View, which is why we're bringing this to you now for the 5 of you to form so we could start the committee. We're glad to recruit 2 public members, but as soon as Willamette View is done, you're going to disband again. So that's the complication, but we can move forward on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right,
Makes
thank you
sense.
for the explanation.
All right. Good question, by the way. Thank you. Any other comments? With that being said, I'll ask the clerk to call the poll.
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Commissioner Helm.
Aye.
Commissioner Savas.
Aye.
Mr. Chair.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0, Mr. Chair.
All right. Gary?
Thank you, Jeff, for the 5-minute. He knew 5 minutes before the meeting started he was doing this. Thank you, Jeff. And thank you,
Nice.
Douglas, for being here. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you
as well.
very much for being here as well.
All right, next, update revision of board committee assignments. There's been some shifts in your committee assignments, and we wanted to seek clarity on who you'd like to appoint from yourselves to fill these slots. Kimberly DeSantis prepared the memo and will present today. She's policy advisor in the board office. Thank you, Kimberly.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for the intro, Gary. As he mentioned, we're here to revisit 3 committee assignments, one for the Association of Oregon Counties Board, one for Water Environment Services Advisory Committee, and one for Willamette Falls Landing and Heritage Area. For the Association of Oregon Counties position, this is for counties that have over 250,000 in population, and I believe Commissioner West is currently holding this position at that time.
All right.
Chair,
Yes.
probably just worth noting that at the District 8 meeting, I guess I was appointed to the District 8 person at large, so I have a legislative seat, and Martha, you have a seat as a past president?
Permanent board member, yeah.
Yeah, permanent
Just
board
as
member.
past
So we have,
president. Yep.
with Ben's participation, we have 3. Which is good. It could be less, you
And
know.
next, District 8, I'm president or chair.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're
there-
seeking 3 of you to fill 3 slots, or reaffirm who's currently on the slot. You can
So I
do
think
this.
maybe going through
you,
all
Gary.
3 of them.
Yes.
Yes, that's
And then
what
we'll
we need
kind
to
of make a motion on that. Is that
Okay.
all right? Kimberly?
Absolutely. For the second one, Water Environment Services, there is a typo in the original memo. This advisory committee meets every other month on the second Thursday at 6 p.m. And this position is ex officio, and Commissioner Schrader is currently in this position.
And I'm wondering if any other colleague wants to actually take this position over. I was kind of looking at Commissioner Helm because those are her peeps, but you probably have a full plate. I'm getting, I've been really trying to keep up with the national work at this point, so.
I'm just looking at my calendar
Yeah.
to see if I have
Do you have any-
meetings on the second Thursday of every other month. And it does not appear that I do. Yeah, I'm okay to do that.
All right.
All right, I think that would certainly, as I look at my schedule, it's terrifying.
So is mine.
Quite, yeah,
is mine.
I am pretty terrified, actually. Look at this. And then also, I had been attending the Willamette Falls Landing and Heritage Area. Is there anyone interested in taking that over?
Can we talk about that?
Sure.
Can we break down what that looks like today? Like that, a lot's happened with the Willamette Falls Landing and Heritage
Well,
Area. So what does that work look like today, and then where is it going?
Essentially, it's meetings with everything, everybody who's interested in history and, the Willamette Falls locks. And what they have been trying to do for a number of years, Ben, which is why I think you should be interested, is really getting it a designated heritage area at the national level. And this has been going on for quite a while. They currently now have a building. This actually all started with Alice Norris, if you remember Alice Norris, as the mayor. They currently have a building, okay, and we've been to it multiple times. And this is across the river in West Lynn. It's the old
Police station.
Yeah, police station that they have revitalized, and there's kind of a center of local history of everything Willamette Falls. They have the meetings. Essentially, they're still attempting to try and get those relationships to make it a heritage area. And again, my Mondays at 11 a.m. are becoming more and more problematic. And it would be good to have somebody listening in to see where they are in that process.
I love the idea of helping with that. Often on Mondays or days.
Yeah.
Well, are they every Monday? No, the meeting's
they
on
meet
the third
Mondays
Mondays.
at 11 a.m. This is one that if no one is interested, I'd be willing to keep up on it if there really is. But if someone would like to take it over, I'm absolutely fine with that.
Does it intersect quite a bit the work with Grand Ron and the tribes?
Somewhat, yes. They are not taking, well, can I say this? The Grand Ron and some of the other tribes who own that area on the other side in West Lynn sometimes have a rocky relationship. And I don't say that, trying to say anything denigrating about anyone, but those issues that they have, I always tell people are above our pay grade because they are sovereign nations. And the Grand Ronde owns one half on the Oregon City side, and the rest of the tribes have coalesced on the West Lynn side. This group does not really lobby one way or any other, or take any sides in that, but they're trying to work with all the tribes. So to me, that's the only thing I might mention.
Is it governor appointed?
Is this the Willamette
Is
Falls
it
Land
governor
Management?
appointed?
No. It's a local group.
Okay.
It's a local group.
Okay.
Local history group. So if you want me to keep it, that is one thing I could probably keep on my plate. But right now, as I said, I need to get some things removed because I'm doing more and more work, again, at the national level, trying to keep up with what's been happening in Congress on a regular basis right now. So,
It's also my understanding that they would be okay if we did not appoint a position.
oh, that's
So
great
if we
then,
needed
okay.
to leave that blank,
Why
that's
don't we,
okay too.
if they don't need a commissioner there, then, and we all know them, everyone who is on that committee knows everybody, so we would actually be kept aware of anything that's going on. So that's a good solution. Let's
Can we
just
send
do
a
that.
staffer?
Yeah,
Is that allowed?
This is for an elected county commissioner seat.
yeah, okay, well,
And it's a voting member, too.
yeah.
Looks like it's voting.
So, this is the one, again, if I can't get it off my plate, I'll keep it too. Because I've been involved in heritage and history and the National Trust for Preservation for multiple years as well. Our farm is a National Historic Site.
How about if you keep it and, Ben and I, if you can't make it, we could maybe step up and help. Would that work, Ben?
My one concern is that is like one of the days I'm often off being a nurse, so I don't want
Yeah.
to overcommit. So I want to keep my nursing license active. If I can miss a few.
Yeah,
I'll let
if you
know,
can't make
Chair,
it, you
because
let
they
me
would
know.
love to
Okay.
have, they would love to have you there.
Yeah.
I know that. So, okay.
So we'll keep you on it and you'll
But
reach
I
out to
will-
me.
I will, yeah.
All right, so I think we've whittled our way through this, and so perhaps, as I understand it, Commissioner West would continue as the AOC, Commissioner Helm would be on the West Advisory, and Commissioner Schrader would continue on Willamette Falls, if I understand that correctly. And if I do, perhaps somebody would be willing to make a motion. on
Chair,
that.
I move that the Association of Oregon Counties Board for counties with a population of over 250 will continue to be, will continue to have me appointed to that as a voting member. That Water, Environment, and Services Advisory Committee to the advisory board will now have Commissioner Helm to it, and that the Willamette Falls and Landing Heritage Area will continue to have Commissioner Schrader there with you, following up to help her if she is absent.
Second.
Right. So Commissioner West has moved to appoint himself, actually, the AOC for the Committee for over 250,000 population, Commissioner Helm to the West Advisory Committee, and Commissioner Schrader to continue on the Willamette Falls Landing Heritage Area Committee, supported by myself
Thank you.
as needed. With that being said, is there a second? I already got a second. So with that being said, is there any other further comments or discussion? All right, clerk, would you please call the poll for us?
Commissioner Savas.
Aye.
Commissioner Helm.
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Mr. Chair.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Andrew. Gary.
Great. Thank you, Kimberly. Next, review of your board business meeting agenda for this Thursday, January 22nd, January 22nd, 2026, 10 a.m., public communication, public hearing on a boundary change annexation, 2 Water Environment Services public hearings on reimbursement districts that you've already authorized via policy session to move forward, and the consent agenda for Water Environment Services and Clackamas County. If you have any questions on these items, would you please ask me before Thursday so I may answer them, or have staff in the room for you on Thursday. Next, you're having a retreat on Wednesday, February 4th, 2026, to discuss your strategic plan and to talk about any topic you wish about operations or leadership. I wanted to ask you today if you're willing to share any potential topics you'd like to bring up so that Billy or I, who will be there with you, can prepare as best we can. If you'd like. You don't have to, but if you'd like to talk about general topics you'd like to discuss beyond your strategic plan, now's an opportunity for you to share that, please.
All right. Any comments? Go ahead, Commissioner Simmons.
Chair, I would prefer to think through this thoroughly and submit mine in writing to the administrator.
All right.
And colleagues, I just want to mention, evidently, I have it looks like it's about 11:30. I have an ACO meeting, but I can do it there, and I may have to stay
away.
out for half an hour, 45 minutes, whatever that takes.
No problem. Any other?
Totally fine for you to submit that to me individually. Yes, that's absolutely fine.
All right. Thank you, Gary.
Okay, thank you. Next, Commissioner West, would you be willing to share the great things you did on your trip to Washington, D.C., please?
Yes. I'm going to put a package together and a synopsis and plan moving forward to the board, to our ONC allies through AOC, and then also a few legislators that we're working with. A few big takeaways. The summit had me hopping. Running from the Senate side to the House side, meeting with different departments within the administration. It started with the Department of Labor. Two things were quickly apparent that's a little bit different. Labor has not been considered a big component as we figure out how to fix and get more consistent and more revenue from timber receipts. And it is a skilled labor job. There is a massive labor component. Oregon's the only place in the nation where tomorrow we could turn on production and increase board feet in the country. Most production capacity across the western United States and most of the United States doesn't exist now. One of the things that is a concern to counties is that the big beautiful bill, H.R. 1 Act, we are very concerned because it takes what's called a 20-year contract and it sweeps revenue away from counties. It doesn't dictate to the Treasury how to spend that money, but supposedly we're being told that will go to help build capacity, and that's why they have to sweep and have that 20-year contract to sweep those revenues away from counties. Counties are concerned because we have many rural counties that are really going insolvent, that are struggling to make ends meet, and even bigger counties like ourselves that are a little more resilient, have more resources, are also feeling that pinch. At one time, Gary, you told me that we got $12 to $16 million a year from that revenue. Now, this last revenue was around $1 million. Save Our Rural Schools, which is now what we're getting often in lieu of the receipts, has about 20% the purchasing power that it once had, and it continues to decline due to inflation over time. Save Our Rural Schools is supposed to be a patch and a bridge, and now it's become somewhat of dependency, and we're not allowed to properly manage or harvest our forests in a way that's responsible, and counties are really suffering. So we started with the labor component. We met with some of the assistant deputy secretary through government affairs. Former state senator from Oregon, Daniel Bonham, is waiting to be confirmed. He couldn't be in the meeting because he's still going through confirmation process. He was appointed by the president. And we all know that the current secretary is Clackamas County resident, former Congresswoman Lori Chavez-DeRemer. So we were able to really have a long, meaningful meeting with our lobbyist and say, hey, we also need to have another conversation along with labor and the Bureau of Land Management. After that meeting we had with them, they got us access to the Bureau of Land Management we couldn't get. And we had meetings with higher-ups within that department, within the Bureau of Land Management. During that whole week, we were meeting with the delegates of the primary states that are dealing with this issue. Some knew who Clackamas was, some didn't. They were shocked by how unique we are in this issue, and that they were ecstatic that it's now become a priority for the board. This has not always been a primary, driving priority for the board. It's kind of ebbed and flowed depending on how the board was made up. And when we sat down with senators and legislators and members of Congress, They were shocked to find out that we have the 6th most O&C lands. That's significant number of O&C lands. They were shocked to find out that our county timberlands produce more than our O&C lands, and we manage them just fine. They were shocked that we were part of Portland, that we're a large urban rural county. And like, wait a second, you have this much timber, and you're made up like this, and you're a big county at the same time. And so they were very much wanting to partner with us. It brought a different dynamic than frontier rural counties in Southern Oregon. It just did. It brought a different weight to it. There is right now a fix between Senator Ron Wyden and Senator Crampo out of Idaho to find a permanent fix that includes production. His natural resource timber staffer is brilliant, well known in Congress, and even Ron Wyden's staff also seem to be working very well in a bipartisan way to try to find a permanent fix. We did not believe, and nobody believed, and somehow we got it, that we'd have any SRS dollars whatsoever out of the federal government this cycle. We were going to think, we all thought, it is not happening this time. Somehow, Senator Ron Wyden and Senator Crampo out of Idaho figured out in some way to keep this thing going, but it is not permanent. And then what are we going to do next? And how is it viable? And so it was a lot of hard work. I mean, I got all my steps in. The way the meetings were, you would be on the House side, walk and run over to the Senate side, and you would just be bouncing back and forth all day long. Thank God it wasn't raining or snowing. And there's future conversations happening with the administration. The focus is that the administration piece, the right now with increasing production and forest management, that's the right now with the administration because we have some common allyship. The long-term focus through lobbying has to be done through Congress and with these members, and we have to be able to bring our intentions and needs forward as a larger county. And it just made a difference. Met with NACO while we were there. And NACO's going to get on board to try to come behind Clackamas County. They saw the uniqueness of who we were within the lobbying effort. And we were really heartened by maybe the opportunity, the direction that we have in kind of a moment where everything's kind of overlapping in a way that we might be able to see significant revenue come back to the counties that we need. And Summit Strategies did a great job staffing me, and so we're going to put together a package that kind of lays this out more so we can continue to understand where we want to go as a board with our strategy. But overall, it was incredibly productive. Really valuable relationships were made in when we were there. We had great meetings with Cliff Bence's office. Val Hoyle was ecstatic. She is, for those that are listening, the Oregon's congressional member out of the 4th district. She represents the most O&C lands. And Cliff Bence, in that southern part where Klamath and down there in Josephine, he has a significant amount too. So there seems to be a lot of bipartisan synergy. Didn't get a chance, this is also important, had a really long, important meeting with Maxine Dexter, Representative Dexter out of Portland right here. So I want to give her some kudos. It's my opinion that the congressional member before her maybe wasn't as engaged with the Clackamas County portion of that district as much as they were in Portland. She is all in on the Bull Run Bridge. She cares deeply about that, was very much aware, and she is interested in helping us create a bipartisan approach, not only to keep revenue with counties and not have it swept away to the U.S. Treasury, but also to increase production in her district also. We talked about the Camp Creek fire, the potential threat to Bull Run, and so there is this good bipartisan synergy happening to figure out what to do here. It was a lot of fun, but it was when you walk away from that trip feeling like you truly were able to stamp Clackamas County needs and voice in a significant way. So there's more work to be done. Lots of follow-up is going to happen. We're not going to let it go. We're going to stay engaged with these members. Representative Hoyle was very interested in working directly with Clackamas County also, and also had an opportunity to spend some time with Metro. Metro was there too for some other things, and so we spent some significant time hanging out with Metro. So Metro, NACO, Senate, House, and the executive branch were all on Clackamas County's list. So we'll put a package together, and so that we can all guys be updated and briefed, even through a formal package, and the public can see that. And then we'll keep engaging. There will be more work done at Ledge Days on February. They want to meet with us again. The other thing that's happening is the administration is very pleased with our recovery-oriented system of care and the campus that's being built. Chris Patterson, the administrator for the region of HUD, has been a massive champion in Clackamas County. Chair Roberts, when we were in the meeting with him, he was so impressed with the cop and the nurse that and the direction that we were taking and how pragmatic it was and how we were seeing the results we were seeing within this metro area that struggled. He's been a huge champion for us. So HUD DC has been reaching out to Clackamas County to, hey, how are you guys doing this? How are you different than the rest of the metro region? HUD will be having I'll be having meetings with HUD. They're scheduling. We kept missing each other, and we tried really hard while I was there. But we will be meeting and doing additional work with HUD and those services for the county and figure out where we can find alignment in a few weeks in February when we're there for Ledge Days. So I'm being long-winded, but I was excited. It was a lot of fun. It was really productive, and it felt great to be able to see that kind of advocacy for the county.
Yeah, thanks for your hard work there. I'm sorry, Martha, go ahead.
So you are our secret sauce, and I called you when you were with Metro, which is kind of fun because I heard that you were having a great time.
Commissioner, I'm working.
Yeah. No, I was like, yeah, you're doing it. Yeah. But I just wanted to put a plug in that keep this in your sights too. The Forest Ridges folks with Rick Sohn, they called me while you were gone. I told them you were doing everything out there, BLM. They are putting this man is a forester and was a timber producer, so he knows it. But just to reconnect it with them, to look at what they would like to do is get a process on, I believe it's ONC lands or BLM, where they do kind of a forestry model, so they can prove that they can actually get the timber off the ground and do it in a way that is sound environmentally as well. I really think they're a great group. I think they're backed by a lot of science. And I was just hopeful that I could ask you that one favor, that I get you back in touch with them.
That did come up. That was advocated for. So yeah, we
Okay,
talked
good.
about the conservation piece, but conservation means also management, and then also looking at how Native Americans were able to manage their forests much more efficiently over, millennia, better than you can look at like Native American managed forest right next to federal forest, and the federal forest looks like a hot mess, and the Native American forest is managed in a really efficient way, and it's much more healthy, and the wildlife is healthier, and thriving. And so finding out how to do these demonstration forests, work with native lands on this. There's some creative conversations with Rep. Dexter's office around that, and she's interested in that. I want to have further collaborations with Grand Ronde. So there is some of that, like there was the conservation, but everybody agrees we're not conserving, because doing it the way we're doing now means when it just catches on fire, nothing's being conserved, and it doesn't hurt. It hurts nature, it hurts the environment, and it hurts people too. And a lot of them didn't know that we've lost Detroit and we lost Phoenix, right? By the way, not Detroit, Michigan, and Phoenix, Arizona, Oregon, right? Just a little south of us, not that long ago. And the Portland fires, the Clackamas County fires that came up in 2020 were part of the conversation. I'm really excited about the jobs component. There seems to be synergy around potentially hundreds or thousands of jobs in rural Oregon to help bring back and vitalize those communities in a way they can be self-sufficient too. So the president has a goal of 1 million trade apprenticeships. And now because of the conversation we're had, they're looking at making timber part of that push.
So would you be willing for me to call Rick up and get you on the phone with him again? I don't want to put you on the spot. I think
I'm willing to have a conversation with anybody.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I know we had Alex working with him to try to take the theory into policy, and so I think that's kind of what we're working on.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Because he really is, he's wonderful. I think they're onto something, and I think that they haven't had enough traction, and I think because of your work, they have the traction now actually do something somewhat remarkable to get timber harvest back on the table for our counties.
Yeah, and I want to thank Mark and Ryan at Summit Strategies. They were fantastic staffing me the whole weekend. They put me to work and put a lot of work into it. And Trent too, here locally, Trent was working with them directly. So there's was months of effort to set this like up, because you know what? We need to get every quarter, every dollar, every penny from every couch cushion we can. And you look out our window and you just see, I see health, prosperity, dollar signs, services being delivered, and it's in our own backyard and it's ours. So hopefully we'll get to, what is that? I can't see that part.
That's the red sheet that we asked Gary to.
Oh, yeah.
put on dais.
That's right, yeah.
We need to come up with, at least today, at $992 million, or $1,000, $992,000.
It's like, okay. Yeah, so we're potentially looking at millions and millions of dollars of revenue back to the county. And, you know, I think like Douglas and Curry County, they're so close to being insolvent where that you call 911, no one shows up. Those potholes aren't filled. And though you talk to those commissioners, they're kind of grumpy because their back's against the wall. They're a little fight or flight. And I think it does make a difference that we stepped into the fray on this. I think it makes a difference to Oregon, to them. And I definitely it will make a difference to our own service delivery. So thank you for indulging me and letting me go. I'm excited about the work and helping use timber to help deliver services to our citizens.
Great. Thanks, Ben. And before I go on to Gary, I think you said it well, the secret sauce.
Oh my God.
Yep, just send Ben. That's a new line.
Okay.
Just send Ben.
We'll get a little name tag for you there. All right, Gary, what do you got?
Thank you. Next is Sheriff's Office Finances Work Group Proposal. Commissioner Savas would like to discuss this.
Yeah, thank you. Well, as you probably know, our next work session is just after lunch at 1:30 to talk about the levy. I've been talking to a lot of folks, and I've been in the background doing a lot of number crunching for multiple reasons, but the similar thread here is really try to maintain law enforcement and make sure we have a constructive dialogue at all different levels as we tackle all the way to the budget and beyond. But it's come to my attention that because of the last couple budget cycles, that there's not a lot of confidence from some people in what the numbers really are or aren't. And, on a weekly basis, I'm still getting new numbers and realizing what's taking place and what the numbers are. So from talking to members around the county, and met with the sheriff last week and talked to the sheriff again the week before, I just want to say that clearly costs are outpacing revenues. We know that, and we need to find efficiencies. I'm still confident that there's efficiencies to be found. We just need the right people with the right expertise. But right now, I think the immediate call is trust in the numbers. So when I tell someone there's X amount of money in the levy fund, and they say, no, there's none, because they heard that through the grapevine, right? Well, the grapevine's not helping us. I want to get on the fact-finding mission. So I floated this idea verbally at the dais here a couple, 3 weeks ago. So I think now that I realize I was making the assumption here 2 or 3 weeks ago that the levy would be something we would consider in November. Now I'm hearing that the sheriff is more interested in doing it in May. So now the urgency is from a timing standpoint, now I'm like, oh, wait a minute, we got to get going. So if we're going to do this committee, I think we need to do it ASAP. And my rough proposal, I'm not wedded to the numbers, I'm not wedded to the composition, but I was thinking 2 members, the sheriff either herself participates or appoints, 2 members of the POA, 2 members of the budget committee, 2 members from the commission, 2 members from our finance department, and whatever all you all think to put together, I would say basically a work group that can validate what we feel we agree on are the facts, right? We may not agree maybe on strategies, we're probably not going to agree on what we should spend or not spend, but I think it's imperative for the public and everyone that we agree on what the facts are. I think that's an imperative. So I just ask you to, my request is to construct have staff put together this committee and working with CCSO to put this committee together. And I would love to hear your ideas if you have, I'm not wedded to this exact composition, but if you've got some ideas, and I know that the more the merrier. I appreciate the diversity of skill sets with my colleagues on this commission. So, Chair, I open it up for conversation.
Go ahead, Ben.
So that's fast. Is it realistic? And is too fast potentially going to have some pitfalls? So we have to do better than we did last time. And I'm not criticizing anybody. I just want to make sure we're completely honest with the public on what we're delivering, and that those deliverables can be met by real numbers, and that we just nail it, right? So we're in now. We're about to be in February, and then the election would be mid-May. But how much time do we have to, what does the timeline look to get something this significant on the ballot, to do the study we need to have done, to take all those steps? That feels rushed. I agree with your committee. I don't know. I'm concerned about May. I don't know if I agree or disagree. I'm concerned about May. And what's I think it's going to be a relatively okay turnout because it is a midterm election and it's our primary election. But why not November? What's the reasoning behind that? That timing gives me a little anxiety.
Okay. Chair, just again, we'll be talking about that at 1:30, right?
Right.
Yeah, at 1:30, we'll be talking about the levy. And so I think your concerns and thoughts and what you just said probably applies better for that conversation at 1:30. I guess to me, it's more about this
committee?
This ad hoc committee or work group, call it a work group.
You're adding that, so we're talking about that later, but you're adding this nuance now.
Yeah, I'm just suggesting this, and even if this is not timely enough for the levy discussion, I think it's timely enough for the budget discussion. I think that, to me, that's most important, and that was my initial thoughts. I want to get this thing going so we can have confidence in the numbers as we go into the budget. But if there's a little bit of influence we can have on getting some confidence and communications within all of our groups, right? Again, all those groups I named, all the better.
Your ad hoc group would be for going into budget cycle and the levy, or can you clarify, or is it both?
It's finding the financial facts, fact finding for financials. You can apply that to the levy, you can apply that to ELED, you can apply that to the budget, you can apply it all it is fact finding.
I'm tracking.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Yes, I wanted to hear from Gary.
I have discussed this with Commissioner Savas. The idea is valid. I'm concerned about timing. It's really too late. Believe it or not, it's too late for the upcoming budget. Departments owe that to me in 3 weeks, actually. And then I have till March 30th to finalize my proposed budget to you. So I don't see how this committee can influence that. Maybe a longer term, yes. I guess respectfully, I don't want them to rehash what's already been done. I mean, are we going to have people with spreadsheets in a room going back and forth and back and forth? I'm not sure that's valuable, but I totally agree with Commissioner Savas. We've heard different information. We just want to have clarity. You need clarity, and the public needs clarity. Right. So I'm open to the idea. It's not my decision, but the idea is valid, just a matter of timing. We could form it now. It's certainly going to have minimal impact on the budget, proposed budget. It could have a bigger picture look longer than that. Mm-hmm.
I think, and as I kind of think about this, I think Gary and I have had this conversation a lot about the numbers. We have kind of finance numbers and the sheriff's office numbers and trying to find where are we. And I know Gary's been doing a lot of work on really kind of ironing those out, and I can appreciate that, Gary, for your hard work. I think I also have the concern that May's just around the corner. I mean, we are on a tight timeline to make a decision. Does it go on the ballot? If so, what is the amount? And I also value the hard work of all the citizens we have on the budget committee. And perhaps, and that would be a question for this board and Gary, is they spend a lot of time going over the budget. Could we pull them in sooner and be a part of that? Is that, kind of that group. I mean, I hate to get too many different groups going when that's kind of their task to look at that. I guess, Gary, what are your thoughts about that?
This could be a subgroup, a subcommittee of the Budget Committee. You could do that and involve more Budget Committee members, or have basically a subcommittee of the Budget Committee and bring in some of the external folks Commissioner Savas has recommended. So kind of, that's a possibility. They're doing that work
I mean,
already.
just a thought. I think they spend a lot of time going over that budget, I think, which is,
Use their expertise.
yeah, that we task them with that work. But I think all of us want clarity on the issue. I think that's kind of where we're headed. And so I think that, those are some different options we have. And I just know Gary has been working, I've been pulled into a few meetings, and we're definitely working hard to kind of say, hey, where are we? What's the differences? And just, I think there's some different interpretations sometimes that I really believe a lot of times it comes down to kind of missing communications. On some of the things I've looked, they'll look at personnel and they'll calculate this number, but on one avenue, they forgot to add the add to pays. So in public safety, add to pays is a big deal. If you're assigned to a special unit, then that can really increase, right? And so I think that's where sometimes finance and the sheriff's office maybe be doing a little bit of this. And the goal is to get them here. So kudos, I think we've come a long ways. We still have some work to do. I don't dismiss any of that. I think that the more all of us get clarity on the numbers, the better. And that's an expectation I think we all have, is we want that. So
What's the duration of this group we're speaking of today?
Well, I don't know. I mean, the way, I'm going to rephrase it just so I make it really clear what this is. I don't think this is to advise on the budget. I don't think this is advised of what we ought to do or not do with spending and public safety. I think it as getting to the facts, and in doing so, building bridges so that we know, right? I want to just say this, is that the Sheriff's Office finance staff have made tremendous progress. And so I'm really pleased by that. I think the communication levels have been improved. We're not completely there, but we're getting closer. So consider this building bridges, and by doing so, getting to the facts we can all agree on. And it's more of building confidence and in those relationships. It is not to inform or instruct anyone. It's just to understand what the numbers are, not budget numbers, but how much, for example, how much money, what was the starting fund for the levy? There's not agreement on that. I think it's not a good day. I almost want to say, shall we bring the treasurer in? That's another thought I had. Should we bring the treasurer in to validate, hey, the beginning fund balance was this? We shouldn't be arguing about facts. So I just want to get the facts out there. And we are so far from, what those are, including the FTEs, right? How many FTEs are there? What are they assigned to? There was confusion about that. I just go back to May and I think about how we are making decisions and what we're funding and what those assumptions are. Assumptions are assumptions, but facts are facts.
To interject, isn't that kind of already the role, though, of the Budget Committee? And you can bring in other individuals to speak to it, like the treasurer and whatnot. And we have a very experienced Budget Committee. Is this just like an extended role potentially? I mean, our last deliberation on the budget cycle was wild, and it was really long, like the longest ever. And some people actually watched that whole thing, which is crazy too. But it was like, I think, 12 plus hours, which the last few budget committees have not rubber stamped anything. I mean, we have tried to get in there. How is this different than just utilizing the budget committee? Is this duplicative, or is there a way to just use the budget committee to do this with some other people chiming in?
Again, in the composition I'm throwing out there, it is really to, again, find out where we have agreement on what the facts are, period. And to me, I see a gap there. And the folks I've talked to, no one said it's a bad idea. I mean,
Okay.
People are willing, they're almost hungry for the facts, right? I mean, you can talk to people out in the community that watch our meetings, and they'll throw a number out there, and it's a false number.
Yeah.
The public deserves the facts. And I think this group, if that's the charge and that's the mission, to establish what the facts are, I think that we need to get credibility back in that. I mean, this is public monies. We shouldn't be arguing about what the facts are. And that's a sad day that we are, really.
Diana Hill, are you done? I'm sorry, Paul. Yeah, Diana Hill.
So, no, I think what Commissioner Savas is suggesting, and I don't disagree, is trying to get the numbers and just shine a light on the things that we don't understand, like what you just mentioned, whatever you just called that, right? I mean, though, if that's part of it, we don't know that. And I would like to be more aware of all the little ins and outs of where the money is, where the money goes. And I think it's gonna, the sooner we shine a light on it, the better we'll be able to go through the budget when the time comes and perhaps write a thing for a levy, right? So
That's true.
I just think we need more information and to argue about from one, budget person to another. And, oh, no, it's not that, it's that. Well, which one is it? Because if they're arguing about it, how in the world are we supposed to know?
Yeah, and I hear exactly what Paul and what you're saying. I guess my philosophy is this, we have these volunteers that are citizens that are representing the public and coming to listen to our budget. They spend a lot of time going over the numbers, and I feel like that's the appropriate group. Not that this other group or whoever you're talking about doesn't need to, have conversations and stuff, but overall, it's the citizens that participate in the budget committee. It's us, all of us around asking those tough questions and really kind of grind into the detail to make sure we all understand it. And so I just believe that kind of getting those knowledgeable people together, which I think we had great, robust conversations with the budget committee, finance, the sheriff, and I think we're going to have more this year as we kind of move forward. So it's not that I'm opposed to it. I just think what I see as the budget committee is kind of being that group is all. I think Commissioner Savas.
Yeah, Chair, again, I might make this clear. It is not to supplant any budget priorities or operations or everything else. I mean, the budget is structure and purpose is defined by state law. This does nothing. We don't influence that. It is to just establish what the facts are. And it is clearly not just the budget, it's beyond, it's building relationships. It's not the role of the budget committee to bridge communication gaps and fact finding. There's just no one doing that. That's why I think I see a role. And I don't see this going on in perpetuity. I see this as ad hoc and building trust. And certainly there's a lot of misinformation out there that we need to correct. So helping pave the way, whether it's a May levy or a November levy, or whether it's this budget or the next budget, or it's communications between the finance department or the labor union, or all the above, the public out there in ELED that doesn't feel that they're getting the services, right? The people that say, people need to know what the facts are. And if we are dealing with the financial crisis, if we can all agree and say the same thing, if there is indeed a funding shortfall for whatever that may be, and we're all singing the same sheet of music, we'll convince the public. If we are saying different things, we are never going to convince the public. So it's not a budgetary role, it's not a budgetary purpose. That's a separate, defined purpose, and that's why I recommend, to your point, to some degree, having two budget committee members that have interest and expertise on this to help validate that, because they're going to be, each member of this group is going to be a credible source for that constituency.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, go ahead.
I guess I could just jump in like everybody. I'm fine with it. If it helps get all these different stakeholders speaking the same language, that would go a long way, because sometimes it literally feels like apples and oranges and, two different worlds sometimes. And so then getting on the same sheet music would be important. So I have no opposition to this. Maybe it will help us not have to deliberate for 12 to 14 hours in our next budget cycle. Yeah.
Because we had conflicting information last time.
Yeah.
That's why we were.
And we're still kind of doing the best we can with what we have, but it's still clear as mud.
But I want to credit Gary. I mean, I feel like we have come a long ways. There's been a lot of meetings to try and bring that together, and that's where I do want to give Gary credit that, yeah, meeting with the sheriff, meeting with county finance, really trying to dial in those numbers has been, he's worked hard over this past year, and I do believe those are coming together. We're not quite there yet, but I would say we're very close. And then I wanted to turn to Martha because she had her hand up, I think. Did you have a question or comment?
Well, I just wanted to know, Gary, what are your thoughts on this? I mean, I can see some value to it, but I tend to fall on the side that, well, we don't want to have 12-hour budget meetings. I mean, and that was part of it, because what I did see going back and forth when we were having the meeting was essentially, our finance people saying, no, this is how this is and work and how it's structured. And then we had the sheriff's finance person say, well, no, you're not doing that. Does this have to be a big deal, or can you just, what's the time frame that you want to spend, I mean, on this? I mean, are you just talking one meeting, a couple of meetings, where maybe we get some clarity? Because,
That's a good question.
yeah, because, again, I do think it is the function of the budget committee to really delve into this.
It
But
might be a,
Yeah, just give it more structure for me, so I
yeah,
get an idea
it
what
might
you're really
be,
talking about.
it
Yeah.
might be, again, just depends on progress. We might be able to maybe do all this work and build those trusts and everything else for, it might take a couple, 3 months, maybe it's 6 or 7 months. I don't see it being in existence next year, hopefully. Unless there's a need to build more trust, but, and get the facts, right? But to me, there's one other question we need to answer here today. I'd like to make a motion, but I want to hear from you all first, and that is, do you like the composition of 2 members selected by the sheriff, 2 members from the board, 2 members from the budget committee, 2 members from the POA, maybe the treasurer, again, our 2 members are our finance department. I mean, that's the composition I'm thinking of. Again, not wedded to it. I'm really asking for your input on what that would look like for the mission of building and understanding and getting to the facts. And Martha, if that helps answer your question as far as structure.
Yeah.
It's
yeah,
mission and
I see
structure?
that, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then,
I'm sorry. I was thinking, did you
well,
have
then
another
the 2 budget committee members would be reporting back to the budget committee, is that what?
It could, yeah, just
I mean-
adding validity to this, right? I mean, ideally, the sheriff's one of the members of this group. That'd be her call, because again, if we could all just agree what the facts are, and when the budget committee comes or other meetings come, knowing we're facing a financial crisis, there's going to be an ask somewhere down the road, right? And we got to start working together cooperatively. That's my mission.
Commissioner Helm, are you done?
Yes.
Commissioner Helm. Then I'll go to
So
Wes.
I am fully on board with this work group or whatever you want to call it. We are the budget committee too. I mean, we refer to the budget committee. They're the outside budget committee, but we're the budget committee too. I want to understand it. I'd be happy to be on it. So I fully understand it. But I think that we all need to speak the same language, and we're not right now. So I see what you're trying to do. I don't think it's going to take 6 months. It could take a few meetings, but I think gathering the facts first, and with the work that's been done already, it might go faster. But I just think that based on what happened last time, there was a lot of confusion.
Yeah.
And I will say a lot of conflict that probably didn't need to happen. But I think if we can have the people here that are on this list show up and school me, that's what I need, someone to school me on it, then I think I'll better understand it, so.
Commissioner West.
I am inclined to support this also. One group that has been isolated and is incredibly anxious as the CCPOA, and I totally get it. And morale needs to be better. Those work conditions need to be better. We have to figure this out. They're only going to handle this environment for so long, and we value that relationship with like our patrol members and other members of the CCPOA. So I think that that is an essential missing component in the conversation going into budget committee. They watch our budget committee and they leave as confused as we are. And so that's not okay either. We need to make sure that our members are doing well and are well informed and don't have to deal with this anxiety either. So I do think there's value in that, and that makes sense to me. So I'm inclined to support this also.
You know, I have talked to the POA a couple times here in the last month, and they're on board with this. And
They are.
And you said it well.
Yeah.
You said it well. I mean, there's a morale issue because of the budget constraints and so on. So I think, again, I'm not here to argue where we should spend our money or not spend our money at this point. That's not the purpose of this. It's just understanding the facts. If we got members of our organization, wherever they're stationed, whatever their positions are, and they don't believe the numbers, or they have different numbers, that's not a good day. It's not a good day. It's clarity in a constructive environment and to build a constructive environment. So, Chair, I move we direct staff to help put this committee together and bring back any further recommendations as they see appropriate.
And is there a second?
Second.
And Andrew, would you type that up for me to make sure we...
Of course, Chair. Commissioner Savas, if you could repeat that for me, I'd be very
Yeah, I
grateful.
move we direct staff to help put this committee together and make any recommendations as they see appropriate.
Are you gonna
Yeah, I'm okay with this. Yeah.
We're not adding the makeup of the group to
Yeah,
your-
the tentative makeup currently would be 2 CCSO members appointed by the sheriff. Could include the sheriff. 2 members of the POA, the Peace Officers Association, 2 members of the Budget Committee, 2 county commissioners, and 2 members of county finance. And if staff has a recommendation to add or subtract, I'm bring that back.
You want to recommend the treasurer?
I could add that if you feel so. I'll add
Would
that.
probably help.
I mean, yeah.
Okay, so I'll add the treasurer participate in this.
All right, Commissioner Savas has moved direct staff to help put this committee together and make recommendations as they see appropriate, with the tentative makeup of the group to be 2 CSSO members, either sheriff or sheriff appoints, 2 Peace Officers Association members, 2 Budget Committee members, 2 commissioners, 2 County Finance Department members, County Treasurer. There was a second by Commissioner Helm. Further discussion. So my comment would just be, and I'm trying to be cognitive of staff time, resources, and I will just say as I look, and if Commissioner thinks it could be 6 months, possibly even more, this is a huge financial commitment. And I do believe it's a duplication of a lot of services. I think that I do think there is some misunderstanding between the POA and what the numbers are. So I'm all about wanting to provide clarity, kind of bring them together to understand that. And I think I completely agree that that's a little bit different than just the other issues at hand. But if you really look at it, finance is a part of it. The commissioner is a part of the budget process. The budget committee members are part of this process. Really, out of everybody in there, even the county treasurer is a part of our budget process. The only individual that's really not is the union. And so that's where I believe it would be best use of resources and time and effort to spend time bringing them together. Maybe it is a commissioner, maybe it's a small group, because I do believe that from my point, what I've seen over this past year is tremendous progress between county finance, Gary, and the sheriff's office. We've really come a long ways from last year's issues on the budget, and I believe that we are going to have some really tough decisions this budget cycle. I think that the forecasting, as I see it, is going to be a challenge for us. And so with that, I come back to really wanting a lot of effort put into the budget committee, because the budget committee is going to have to help us make these difficult decisions. And we have some very difficult decisions to make. Honestly, I've already had some angst over it, not wanting to make these decisions. So, you can move forward on this, but I think the bigger question for this county is our current finances, the difficult decisions we're going to have to make, and really, I would be willing to put a ton of time in having more budget committee members, meetings with the budget committee, more discussions about making sure we're all understanding and having it on the same sheet of music, because people do watch. I think you made that comment. People watch that painstaking, right? And I think that is a very, that's what the process is supposed to be about, right? Yeah. And so I would value making it public and making sure we're having those discussions in public and providing the clarity on it. So that's kind of where I'm just a little bit in disagreement on maybe the process, I guess, Paul.
Yeah, well, we can make it, if you want to have it public, I don't think there's any harm in that at all. Matter of fact, I think daylighting the issues is a good thing. We're trying to build trust. And that doesn't include just these members, it includes the public at large, who are paying the taxes for those services, who value that public safety. I just don't want to conflate this as a budget process when it's not a budget process. And we're conflating it, Chair. So if I get any comfort, Chair, in that this is not to replace or do anything. I think the Budget Committee is going to work hard. There is nothing being taken away from the Budget Committee, and I fully support any work that the Budget Committee wants to do, independent of this group whatsoever. I'm fully in support of that. So, Chair, I probably think we ought to just call for the question, please.
Yeah. Commissioner West, did you?
Really quick.
Had a light on.
I know that we had, we were going to get there, but and I know more than one commissioner is curious. We haven't, this is a staff lift for sure. I would like to hear from Gary really quick before we vote. I think that's important perspective because he's got to figure out how to put this all together. Gary, could you share your thoughts on what you're hearing and what?
I'm still not clear what this committee is doing. To be frank, I'm not. And this is a huge staff lift. So I will advise you, this is my job, what would you like to remove from your strategic plan or put on pause for me to redirect staff to work on this? You don't have to answer that now.
I don't think it's of the gravity that you think it is. And
Please help me understand, because I don't understand, Commissioner. Sorry. We talked about it, but I'm not understanding today the purpose of this group.
I find that surprising, Gary, because we did talk about it.
Would you
And I
please
think
answer the question? Are you willing to answer the question?
Your earlier comments were spot on. So whatever's happened in the last 10 minutes or so, that change is, I'm not understanding that. I think I'm not going to repeat what I've said over and over to here today.
All right.
I'm happy to speak with you offline and fill in any blanks.
I'll call the question.
Call the poll.
Commissioner Schrader,
No.
Commissioner West,
Aye.
Commissioner Helm,
Aye.
Commissioner Savas,
Aye.
Mr. Chair.
No.
Motion passes 3-2, Mr. Chair.
All right. With that, Gary, what do we got next?
Thank you. Last item today is Commissioner Communications.
And to my right, Commissioner Schrader, you're on.
Well, thank you. Two big things that happened to me this weekend. I had, actually, Diana was there, and so was Paul. We had the ravioli dinner. You couldn't make it, Chair. You were Hayako doing things over in D.C. But we had a great evening
Oh,
that
good.
night.
Did you
We
go?
enjoyed, Paul brought the salad. You brought the dessert, Diana. And it was Brigadier General Grunwald, I believe. And he brought a few of his brigadier generals with him. I don't have their names in front of me right now, but it was a good meeting and great. I think it was a good dinner, right? 2 thumbs up with the dinner. All right, fantastic. Homemade ravioli, you missed it. You missed it, so I'll have to do more. But one of the things I talked to them about and I gave them is on my bedroom nightstand was a copy of the poems, about the Guard, the National Guard,
Oh.
and how they were Voices of the Guard by Francis Ritchie. And this was a poet who we brought out when we were really rocking and rolling with a lot of our veterans work, where she interviewed members of the Guard that had been deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan. And from those narratives, she did these thought poems. And for a while, so I gave it to him because I think it belongs in the museum. It needs to be memorialized, that this was something that we did with our veterans, our veterans folks involved with it. And at one point, when we used to have the meetings at the community college, because they are one of the top colleges, our Clackamas community is one of the top colleges for veterans in the whole United States of America at this point. We would have these events where we would read the poems, and there was never a dry eye in the house. So I couldn't read them to him because I would have been crying into the ravioli. But we're welcoming him. We want to really continue the relationship that we have. And I also had a chance to meet with Brigadier General Stencil, who was the previous Guard guy, because on Sunday I was the person who moderated the town hall with our senior senator, Ron Wyden, and Janelle Bynum. And that was a really excellent experience as well. I've known Senator Wyden for over 20 years, and I really got the feeling he considers both of us great pals at this stage in the game, because we've been in this role for the very, very, very longest haul at this point. So that's all I have for today, and thank you, Chair, for letting me go first.
All right. Thank you, Martha. Commissioner Savis.
Yeah, well, I just want to bring a couple things to your attention, not dissimilar to our conversation we just had about what the facts are about funding and so forth. Very similar things on transportation and ODOT and the state legislature right now. I find it a very sad day that, and I am your liaison, so to speak, on transportation, that after 2 years, 2.5, 3, 4 years of work here on this transportation package, that I still don't know what the facts are. So again, coming off the conversation we just had, another one here that's propped up is transit and TriMet. So another one where we are struggling to find the facts. Again, very sad day. As you probably heard, there was a referral, and the referral required the adequate number of signatures. It will be on the November ballot, absent a repeal or attempt to remove it. It was announced by the governor here a couple of weeks ago that she was going to ask the state legislature to repeal it. We learned last week that, whoa, wait a minute. That was been challenged in court before, and I believe the ruling was, or opinion was from a judge is that once a measure is referred to the ballot, you can't repeal it or alter it. You have to give the public a meaningful right to vote on what the referral process is. So I'm sure, I'm not an attorney, but I'm sure that's battling back and forth as I'm listening and reading. So I wanted to bring that to your attention. So therefore, today we can actually say that the tolling measure piece, the tolling repeal that was in the ballot measure is successful. So today, the tolling scheme that the state legislature came up and directed ODOT to work with is now been repealed. That's law, as well as the weight mile adjustment, as well as integrating or establishing the road user charge fee on electric vehicles. And there's another one in there I thought that was valuable as well. So there are some good things that became law that were not put on the referral, right? So what's on the referral is tax-based, and again, if I was to read the tea leaves, it looks like it'll be on the ballot in November. The big upset that is really hot that I'm going to bring your attention to and seems to be growing with tremendous concern is TriMet. TriMet is talking about some major rollbacks. I'm hearing from constituents. I'm hearing from other electeds. They are literally exhausted. If you really think about where we were, transit service in Clackamas County, to where we are today, just take light rail out of the picture for a moment. If you look at the bus lines, we have not made much change in 25 years in Clackamas County. Very, very little. And if you look at how much more money's been generated and what we've got for it, and then what was promised in 2017, HB 2017, and what was promised 2 years ago, a year ago, 3, whatever you want to look at it, we're going the wrong way. And this was a topic at both C4 subcommittee meeting on Wednesday. It was a topic at JPAC on Thursday morning. I will tell you that both those conversations triggered other conversations after the meeting conversations. And when DEQ, the member from DEQ that's on JPAC, and the mayor of Gresham and other mayors are agreeing that this is an issue, we have a challenge. And I was really upset with one of the meetings I attended, a virtual meeting for their listening session that TriMet put together Thursday evening, I believe. I just want to alert you. I know that Chair Roberts and I were walking back from a meeting, and we had one constituent that came all the way from Milwaukee area to come up here to talk to us about the TriMet service, and how upset he is. Again, just bring this to your attention. I know the mayors of Clackamas County and some mayors in Washington County are having conversations, and I was, they were asking, how can we discuss this as a group? So, Chair Roberts, you might hear that maybe the mayor's meeting, you might hear a mayor or two or more. I know the mayor of Oregon City is also interested in this and trying to address this and understand what happened in the last 8 or 9 months, that they went from, we got this under control, we're expanding service, to now we are cutting service. That's a drastic change, and someone dropped the ball somewhere. Or there's some bad facts out there. I don't know which. Chair, back to you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner West.
Thank you. That concern in your recent meetings with TriMet came up in DC when I was with Council President Lynn Peterson. She actually was really concerned with how you were treated by TriMet staff. And I know she piped in and said something. That story came forward. I think Council President Lynn Peterson shares your concerns about the lack of services. We're talking about essential lines that people rely on, and the only line in like West Lynn that they're talking about being cut. So the difference is that you can't just walk 2 or 3 blocks to the next line like you can in Portland. That's essential. And there's all along that corridor is a number of seniors that rely on that. And we pay a lot in, we get less for what we pay. And then our seniors and other people that rely on these services so that they can have the mobility necessary for their lives is being threatened because of another runaway unaccountable transportation department. And so it sounds like you were able to let your message be heard, and it sounds like Metro President stepped into and was like, hold on. So I'm glad for that advocacy, but you're right, that's a concern. We had a lot of elected officials in Oregon pontificate recently over democracy and the importance of democracy. And we have to protect democracy, and democracy is under threat. And it was just so loud and clear from the mountaintops. You could hear it all the way from the peak of Mount Hood. Democracy, democracy, democracy. Well, we're the first state to have direct democracy, which is the referendum process. It's enshrined in the Oregon Constitution. And it is essential that we allow democracy to play out and not undermine it. It's essential that we allow the people who rose up in record numbers and record speed through a grassroots movement, truly grassroots, that want to have a say on these taxes, that we let them have a say. To repeal it would undermine actual democracy. It would undermine Oregon's referendum process, and the voice of 250,000 Oregonians. Regardless of what you think about the transportation package, it did not have to get here where we are today. We can play back the timeline of backroom deals, lack of transparency, confusion, broken numbers and budgets, lack of accountability, a refusal to address something that we all use, such as roads, in a bipartisan way, being pragmatic in the approach, threatening local communities, counties, and cities with their share of funds to manage roads and essential services. Not getting it done after all this effort in the long session, coming back and calling a special session, bringing members off their hospice bed and out of hospital rooms in the Senate to try to get this thing through, not signing the bill you pushed and called a special session on to erode the people's right to sign the petition in the referendum process, to play political games with their ability to let their voices be heard. You didn't sign the bill. The governor sat on it strategically. People became disenfranchised and upset. And I don't know, it was like an actual week they really had the numbers and they turned in more than 3 times the signatures required. Stop the charades, stop the games, and let Oregonians vote on this. There should be a loud outcry from all the elected officials in Oregon in a bipartisan way. This is who we are as Oregonians. This is our referendum process. You don't get to undercut it. Just let us vote. And we'll just see where they fall, the chips fall. Then we'll come together, maybe in a bipartisan way, and solve these problems that affect all of us. So I hope we get that done. And it is interesting to see how this has developed. It looks like there's some strong legal opinions that won't allow the legislature or allow the governor to undercut and undermine the referendum process. It's invoked. The people have said, we want to have a say. And one other thing that I want to add, and then I'll pass it back. In our meetings, we were working with, I'm totally flipping topics, back in DC that I didn't tell you guys. Right now with the ONC's revenue share, we get like 50, county's supposed to get 50%, Treasury of the United States gets the other 50%. There's now language that's finally might actually be removed that is actually going to go before the president possibly, that goes actually back to the original language of the 1937 ONC Act that would make it 75 to counties percentage and 25 to the federal treasury. So we're working on that. The unique thing here is we want to see specific language removed. So if it's not there, we're happy. And so this has been an effort, and this might be the time that that happens. And so that's something that we're going to be watching out and advocating for also. So that might help us here in the near future.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I wanted to add that. I forgot to tell you guys.
Chair, I'm going to ask to be excused. I have a issue I have to attend to.
All right. Commissioner Helm.
Okay, Thursday evening, I attended the Future Vision Project committee meeting over at the DSV building. We hosted it at 4 o'clock. And the Future Vision is mandated by the state that Metro do a Future Vision for 50 years. There's only been one done before, so this is the second one. It was very well attended by, there's like 25 people on the committee. And they have a facilitator who's engages everyone. Excuse me, I don't know where my voice is going. I don't know. It was kind of exciting. It's very new and it's very aspirational. And this is not regulatory at all. It's just like, what do you want Portland to look like 50 years from now, right? And so went through that process. Then I dropped in, just really drop in. Willamette Falls had their day center expansion grand opening on Thursday evening, and I had gone there. Wasn't it with you for the tour?
Right.
They put it together so quickly. It's just beautiful, and it just turned out so great and really, really needed. Their ER is slammed right now with people with the flu, and so having these extra beds is going to be really important. And then Friday morning, I attended the Children's Center Brunch and Learn I've been to Children's Center many times, but I learn something new every time I go there. It's a great facility, and they do a lot of good work in Clackamas County. And then, this might answer part of Commissioner Savis's question. I attended the 82nd Avenue Transit Project Policy and Budget Committee meeting Friday morning at PCC Southeast, and I've explained to you guys before, this is this improvement along the 7 miles of 82nd Avenue, highest traveled road, street, whatever you want to call it, in Portland, and adding the bat lanes, right? The red lanes, so that they're bus only. I will say, Diana's words, they're hell-bent on going forward with the more bat lanes. I asked why. They're so determined when no bat lanes takes care of 85 to 90% of the problems. And they said it's for reliability. So that's but to have this 82nd Avenue Transit Project, TriMet project, talked about not in concert with TriMet funding problems, to me is a big problem. So I brought that up too. I had several questions that they'll never go away. I'm a lone voice there. I really am the only one probably not on board with the bat lanes. But I did have people come up to me and thank me afterwards for my comments and my questions, because I'm trying to be fiscally responsible. And with all the cuts going on, it baffles me that they can talk about adding this new project while they're doing cuts and while they have a $300 million shortfall. And this project will be costing more in O&M, and the buses are super expensive. And I just have grave concerns. I'm just sharing them with you guys. There's more meetings coming up. We were supposed to vote on this in December, and they've pushed it out, which is really glad. Now the business community is engaged, which I love. They have several, not just the Portland Chamber of Commerce, but they have several other business communities write a letter and say, we're okay with this if you have the funds, you engage us in the process, and move forward methodically. So that they made that very clear. So anyway, that's it.
All right, thank you. Just a couple quick comments. We're going to be back here real soon. I think one of the comments I want to make is having to do with all this cold weather. We're expected more cold weather coming. We've actually had some fires in our county in Portland from space heaters. Just real important to make sure that you don't have stuff close to space heaters, that the circuits are able to handle space heaters. And actually, some of those fires that I saw, that was seniors trying to keep warm. So again, I encourage neighbors to check on neighbors. And also just want to reiterate, because of this cold weather, some great resources that I can't speak highly enough about. That's Clackamas Service Center in Milwaukee, Father's Heart in Oregon City, and just kind of pulling up some of the information about Clackamas Service Center. They provide so much. They have 500 donors, they have 300 volunteers, dozens of partners come together, and they provide just countless resources. And at this time of the year, when people are trying to figure out where to donate, I just can't emphasize enough, those two locations are at the top of my list for Clackamas County. I'm sorry. And then I just wanted, I know Commissioner West was gone. We had a fantastic business highlight, a high-tech company out of Wilsonville. And I was, Allied. Yes. I don't know if you've ever been there. You and I, maybe, we're out there a lot. Maybe we can swing by and provide a number of amazing resources as far as implants for surgery.
Oh, wow.
And high tech for space. And so, again, it was very exciting to kind of have those business highlights. I can't say how important that is for our county. And so with that, we're going to be back here at 1:30, and I will go ahead and include this administrative issues and updates. Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and we'll see you back at 1:30 for policy stuff. Okay, welcome back everyone to this afternoon session of Clackamas County Board of Commissioners, January 20th, 2026. I'm going to start out with having County Administrator Gary Schmidt do the roll call for us.
Thank you, Chair. Joining online, roll call, Commissioner Helm.
Here.
In the room, Commissioner Schrader.
Here.
Commissioner Savas.
Present.
Chair Roberts.
Here. And thank you, Gary. You want to introduce our first policy session this afternoon?
Yes, thank you. First session today is the Clackamas County Public Safety Levy Rate Discussion. Presenting is the Sheriff's Office team, Sheriff Angela Brandenburg, Under Sheriff Lee Eby, and the Sheriff's Office Finance Manager, Patrick Williams. And I asked Cindy Becker from the County Administration Office to be here just to help answer any questions if you please go ahead, Sheriff Brandenburg.
Chair Roberts and Commissioners and County Administrator Schmidt, Sheriff Angela Brandenburg, here along with Under Sheriff Lee Eby and CCSO Finance Manager Patrick Williams. And we're here today to continue discussion on the Clackamas County Public Safety Levy Rate, which you know is set to expire December 31st, 2026. To prepare for the vote to replace the expiring levy on the perhaps May 2026 ballot, the Sheriff's Office is continuing discussions to assess levy rate options and identify which service priorities should be included. No action is requested today. The information, no action is requested today. However, we would like to discuss more about the rates that have been presented to you in a previous session, and we would love to be part of a thoughtful decision-making process regarding what, if any, rate would be placed on the upcoming ballot. And with that, turn it over for discussions. I know that all of you have had the materials, and we have refined some of the materials, which we received from County Administrator Schmidt, which is a little bit different than what is posted online for folks. I don't believe that's been updated. But to talk about the current levy costs for the average homeowner in option 1, that information is, it costs an average homeowner $131.86 a year, or $10.99 per month based on a median assessed value of home value of $358,313. And then we know that as we go up for the various options, option 2, option 3, and option 4, the rate increases from there. And that information is the same that is posted online for folks who are joining us online. I think we also passed out a more simpler increase, current increases for the various options as well, that I think we can post perhaps later also for the public. And with that,
Sheriff, may I offer an assist with, can we quickly talk about the various options and what they mean and what they add? I'm happy to do that, or if your team wants
sure,
to do that.
if you would like to do that, that'd be fine.
If you don't mind. So option 1 is to maintain the current programs and services the levy offers, which is not able to fully maintain the cost of running the levy the voters approved 4 years ago. So just to maintain the current tax rate really means a cut. And there's various reasons why things have increased since the voters last approved this, namely because of the increase in allocated costs at the county, what we call indirect costs, which is charging services within the sheriff's office, the levy, to fully fund like administration and other internal services, and the cost of our incredible Peace Officers Association employees. There were some increases made in the last contract negotiations. In my view, those are the 3 main key drivers of why the levy has not been able to maintain its tax rate the voters approved 4 years ago. Please correct me at any time if I missed something, team. Option 2 is to fund the levy as it should be funded with what the voters approved 4 years ago, reflecting the 3 things I just mentioned. That does mean an increase in the levy just to do what's already been done the last 4 years. Option 3 would be to what I just said, but also add funding a specialized crime reduction team, which is something the public says they'd like to see.
Much easier to read.
So option 3 increases the cost for that amount. Option 4 is everything I just said, funds a specialized crime reduction team, and helps support the aging sheriff's fleet, vehicles for the sheriff's office that support our deputies, the men and women out in the field doing the work to protect the public. So those are the 4 options. Obviously, it's an increase as the higher options you go. And today is just a discussion. Obviously, it's always tough to ask the voters to fund more, but I think the sheriff and her team have demonstrated the why behind asking for the additional funds. But this really is a chance for you to ask your questions, give your feedback, and have a discussion as we come to you next week. Next week, though, you will have to make a decision so we can meet the timelines. If you do choose to go forward to a May ballot, which the sheriff and I definitely agree, recommend you do that, so that the voters can make a decision in May. And if for some reason they don't approve something in May, that gives us until November to go back again with a revised option. Please correct anything I said or add to. Sheriff.
That's
I'm sorry, Gary. I'm Patrick Williams. I'm the finance manager for the Clackamas County Sheriff Chair and Board. I wanted to add something. You said that our team came up with this. We collaborate with the Department of Finance, the Assessor's Office, and the Treasurer's Office as well to help support these numbers. So, just
My
wanted to add
apologies,
that.
yes.
No,
Great collaboration between all the finance teams.
Yes.
Fantastic. So I think we're ready for some questions. I think Commissioner West down here, I know you
Yes, thank you.
has a question.
Thank you, Sheriff, and thank you for coming to your team. This is great information. We learned today, this morning, that, I'm just gonna throw this out there because we learned about it today. It was a revelation to the board that, my questions, I guess, are gonna revolve around the aging fleet and the fleet issues that were recently brought to the board, and your teaming came and presented to us and gave us a whole presentation and education on. And, one, when we deal with these options, 2, 3, or 4, what letter with it, I don't know, that you guys give us A, B, C, or D for if we do a fleet option, or what option to manage the fleet is correspondent with these options with the levy, so that issue is dealt with. And with that, we also learned that a capital bond can be used potentially for fleet and cars as capital. Is that a different option that allows us to kind of free something up somewhere else that we want to consider? So my first question is around that and how these options correspond with the fleet issue.
Sure. So option 4 of the levy is the only one that actually addresses the vehicles in the fleet. And based on the presentations that were presented to you by the CCSO, that option in the levy would basically be the top option that they brought to you guys to make sure that the fleet is functional.
The top option.
Yeah, to make sure it's functional.
In my opinion, we had bad bleed, faster bleed, really fast bleed, catastrophic. Like we had and then there was we're managing the problem. There was the option of managing the problem. And 4 is just buttons it up and we're not kicking the can. Is that right?
Yeah, so yes, you received the catastrophic option of how much it will cost, because I think the biggest option when Gary saw it was 15 million or 16 million a year, right?
Yeah.
So that's to completely overhaul the fleet. That's if we could get the vehicles, right? So this is the most modest option that was presented to you that would take several years, and then we would be in a very good place.
Okay.
And so this funding for each year of the levy would give us the infusion to make the change over a period of these years. And by the time we got to the end of this levy, then we could take a look at, in fact, we had that discussion with Chair Roberts and County Administrator Schmidt and Commissioner Salvis, and look at year 5 of the levy, do we need to continue to keep this and ask the taxpayers to fund this, or do we roll that off and then have a maintenance plan that the county would be able to take over this fleet and maintain it so that it's not where we are now, which is 38% of our vehicles are at the end of life or near the end of life.
Okay. Would a capital bond make the levy a little more palatable and less to the voter, and then the capital bond to deal with the capital projects like the fleet make more sense to separate that out and still fund it that way?
The
The board
bonds are
just
out.
learned today through a legal memo that a general obligation bond is allowed to be used for, an example, of vehicle purchases, which is news to all of us. So that is a potential. Oregon law would allow the board to go to the voters for a general obligation bond for vehicles, for example, for the sheriff's office. That'd be separate from the levy. It'd be two different funding sources, but it's still something the voters would have to approve.
The voters still have to approve the capital? It's not one that we can do as a board?
No, it'd be
No,
a
okay.
general obligation bond the voters have to approve.
Okay.
All right. And Diana Helm has a question. Can you put her on?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Sheriff and Under Sheriff Eby. My question is, so when you were going through this, did you find any line items that you could cut? Or was everything kind of status quo and then you're now building on that for what you're needing to stay afloat?
So there is an option. The first option is to leave the rate the same. And unfortunately, that option would cut services, cut people by 37%. So that is, it would go from 92 staff, sworn staff, to 58. And if that were to happen, that would have pretty devastating effects on the sheriff's office. The positions are patrol deputies on the road in your neighborhoods. They are deputies at the jail to keep jail beds open. So that, to me, that's to maintain the rate, so no tax increase, but it would have a pretty severe impact on the sheriff's office ability, my ability, to deliver services to folks. The option 2 is to maintain all the folks and the services, the programs, such as the body-worn camera program, folks for our internal affairs, and that maintains the 92 positions in the programs that are supported by the levy. But that would be an increase.
Okay, yeah, and I'm just thinking business-wise, you know, when you're going through a P&L and you need to make cuts, you kind of go line item by line item and you go, well, I don't want to cut here, but I kind of have to because I need it in a different area. So I just didn't know if you're just building on what you've had, or if you actually found areas in which you could make cuts that maybe there's things that we don't need. I don't know.
Yeah, Commissioner Helm, Patrick Williams here. I can supplement that answer. So if you look at the administrative line item and the supplies line items,
Yes.
it's total about $1.2 million. Those are the line items where there may be some discretionary, because those include things like uniforms, fuel, program materials, and supplies. A lot of these other line items are fixed costs, so there's not a big opportunity, or really zero opportunity, to cut those line items. So we did look at the line items, but you know, we can't negotiate cost allocations or indirect costs or our Axon or our jail medical, things like that. We consider those fixed costs, but it's those two line items where we would see any savings. But it's 1.1 of $26 million, so it's not a big amount. Yeah.
No, I know. I appreciate that, Patrick, because that I know there's always areas. I know most of these are fixed. I understand that, but I just didn't know if there was any places where we could shave just a little bit. Thank you.
Sure.
A couple questions I have. So, as the former sheriff and looking back in time, one of the main reasons we started this public safety levy was to fund jail beds. Lee, you remember that? And we actually had a tremendous amount of forced releases. And so my question would be, when I look at the reduction of staff between 92 and 58 on option 1, would that possibly include perhaps some jail bed closures, is kind of what I'm interested in.
Yes, that would, because obviously jail beds are really dependent upon personnel to watch those in custody. And so if any reduction that, we'd have an equivalent reduction of jail beds.
Okay. Because I know it's, managing that budget, you're trying to do a balance between patrol and jail operations, and so it'd probably have an impact on both sides, I would imagine. And then you're unfortunately stuck with food services costs, whatever they are, so those are things you can't necessarily cut unless there's staffing. So then so then it would be, if you're looking at option number 2, as I look through this, and I just want to be 100% clear, is with that option number 2, you would be able to keep the jail beds open. You'd keep that staffing level as is. And then that is where, when I look at the rate, it would be $131 per year based on the assessed value of a $358,000 home. And that would be that complete cost for citizens out there. I just want to make sure I have my math right.
The option 2 you're looking at?
Right.
191. Yeah. And yes, that option 2 would not have any bed closures.
Okay. And one of the things I'm always concerned about are seniors, and before I came up here, Gary and I was trying to get some of these numbers too, because of looking at Social Security, a lot of our seniors are on fixed income, and I think their COLAs were 2.8. According to Gary, was able to kind of confirm that. So when we look at these adjustments, obviously, we're also trying to consider those seniors out there that are in fixed income, tough times. And so, so it would be an impact to some degree to those. I think that when I look at all the options, I'll just be frank. I think I really kind of feel like it's incumbent, perhaps us internally to look at funding the fleet through the county general funds. I'm not sure we haven't got to the budget yet. Ben brought up a suggestion, we might explore that as a separate deal in the capital. That was news to us, that you can use that. I know the fleet's a big issue, and it might just help us kind of understand you have a new fleet person and kind of what their goal is to get on a replacement value. So we're not having these tsunamis, as I call them, where we don't fund fleet for a while, and then we have a massive increase, vehicle repairs, cost, and really trying to, and maybe you could talk about some of the changes you've done to, on the purchasing side too. I think that's pretty important as well to make sure everybody understands that.
Yeah, so we do have a fairly new person who fleet is what they do, and that's Jason. And he comes from city of Portland. I think he met with each of you commissioners to talk with you about the status of fleet with data, which I think that's important. And so getting his arms wrapped around what the status of our fleet is, and it's not great. And so when he raised the flag, that's when I raised the flag with all of you that we are not in a great position. It's a $40 million capital asset that the county owns in fleet vehicles of the sheriff's office. And as I said, 38% of those vehicles are at the end or near the end of life, and we are running them till the wheels fall off, which is not a great way to manage your fleet also. The county doesn't see a return when we auction those vehicles off. If we manage it a little better, I know he has ideas. So about managing fleet and kind of a similar model that Portland has, where they have an account that they put money in for the vehicles. So we would be able to replace vehicles with money that we have basically in a savings account. As it is now, we year by year, we say we need this many vehicles. We write that in our budget, we negotiate that amount, and we either receive it or we don't receive some of the funds. And so when we don't receive them, then that makes a big impact. And then it makes an impact downstream. I know when you were sheriff in 2019, we see a spike of vehicles great in 2019, not so great in 2026, because now they're at the end of life, and so we've got a lot of them going out the door. And that's basically this funding issue, right? So we have ideas about how we can fix that problem if we had the money to invest in fleet. But we've done a lot of things with fleet, and you talked about our efficiencies that we've saved. We used to order vehicles, then we'd have to put the stickers on. We'd have to, have someone put in the radio system and the light system, and by the time we got the car actually out the door, it was really close to the end of the warranty period, which is not a great way to do business. And so now, so Jason has all of them. When our vehicles go online, it comes with everything outfitted for the most part. There's some things that we have to do. But that saves also efficiencies down the line with our with finance team because we have to do POs. And so this has been much more efficient, and we're getting the car out quicker and under the warranty period in case there are issues, because we do have issues with some of these vehicles. But he has, and we could do a issues session to share with the public about our fleet, but we do have some ideas, should you not choose to put it in the levy, and find some other method to fund that.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons I think kind of having this long-term plan for fleet really is important. And I think as we move towards the budget and some of those things is, all of us kind of working on that, because I can tell you in that year where they had the boost, the county was struggling financially. And so we had an agreement that we were going to cut fleet that year, right? So we did. And the next year we got some money to buy fleet.
That was 2018.
Yep. And it creates this, really big challenges down the road. So instead of just kind of having this steady increase, making sure you're on a replacement schedule and those kinds of things. So I really appreciated meeting with your new fleet staff and kind of hearing the direction you guys are headed on that, because I think that's our goal, is to get there. So I want to make sure I left time for my colleagues. It looks like Commissioner West has a question.
Another question. The previous levy, voters, modeling was done, and then they went to the voters, said, hey, we want to fund this list of priorities for law enforcement. There's a, strong possibility that it was a little bit of an overpromise and underdeliver, and the levy wasn't quite robust enough to manage that even back then, possibly. And I don't want to make, it is what it is. Moving forward for this, what have we done to make sure that this funding is enough to deliver what we're promising, and that it's based, data? So we're sure that, 5 years out, if we go back again, that we're like, oops, sorry, we're a little under, but we're doing our best to hit that target. And I know it's not always easy to make sure that we are delivering what we're promising and funding it accordingly.
So I think that I would have to agree with your premise that the levy under-delivered our current levy. That is not the case. So we are managing to get to the end of the levy cycle. There's some things that came through, the indirect costs that we didn't put into the levy because that wasn't the way the county was doing business. It has absorbed those costs, and we're managing to get to the end with, I think there's eight levy vacancies currently to get to the end. And so the levy says approximately this much staff, right? And I would say that we have delivered on the promises of the levy. We are the safest county. This is probably the fourth year in a row. So the stats for Oregon State Police, their crime reporting dashboard is showing that we are trending to be, for the fourth year in a row, one of the safest counties, of the largest counties, certainly in the metro area. And that is directly to the levy funds that we received in 2021. So I would say I don't agree with that premise. We have delivered. And I can tell you this is a brand new levy. And as I talked with Commissioner Savas and Chair Roberts and County Administrator Schmidt in our meeting with Patrick Williams, is that we have never been closer with county finance, even the treasurer's office, I think even the assessor's office, with these numbers. This is a completely collaborative exercise in which we actually found some common ground. And we're confident that whatever you choose to move forward with to put on the ballot, that we will be able to deliver those services.
That's where we have common ground. We want to see moving forward the ability to say, yeah, the levy is meeting the needs of what we're promising to the voters who would be voting for this in their communities. And I am heartened to know that there's common ground between county finance and the treasurer's office and everybody. That's my concern. I just want to make sure, like everybody else, that money goes exactly where it needs to go and it stretches as far as it needs to go. And it sounds like you guys have done a lot of work around that.
I completely agree. We want the same thing.
Yeah.
So.
And one more question. Yes. The only option that deals with fleet is 4.
What's
the other
that?
2 would not include any changes in fleet. So option 2, option 3 have fleet status quo, which is not good. And 4 is the only one that says, hey, we're going to deal with fleet too. Am I understanding that right? Which is a
the only-
huge piece of the pie here. I mean, it's a big deal.
Yeah, it is. And
Yeah.
just, you're correct. Just for clarity, though, options 2 and 3 does budget for levy vehicles,
Levy vehicles.
but not,
Okay.
but option 4 is for
What's the percentage of our fleet that are
CCSO.
levy vehicles?
There's 80, well,
Is it a good chunk, big chunk, half, maybe a little bit? They don't have to be
it's
exact.
25%.
25%-ish?
around there,
Okay.
yeah.
It's a fair amount. But still, that leaves a large part of the fleet. And there are certain types of vehicles that aren't included in the fleet with the levy? Is it specific type of cars only, is like just patrol or?
Primarily patrol, and I think
Primary
jail
patrol.
has a,
So it doesn't include SWAT or other
Yeah, it's
specialized
very small.
vehicles?
Some of our special, such as Star and Stars, and those are not included, obviously, in the levy. 'Cause
Okay.
That's a county function, not necessarily the levy.
And, okay. So it's everything status quo except for forward fleet? Okay. I'm not a car guy, but I've been learning a lot about through this process. Okay. Thank you for answering my questions.
All right, Commissioner Savas.
Yeah, I want to make sure everyone got their questions in before I started because I have a lot here and I want to clarify as much as I can, constructively as I can, and I'll be as diplomatic as I can as well. So I think many of you all know, of course, I'm talking to the public here, but many of you all know that I've been working really hard for months now trying to get to some accurate numbers, try to visit the actuals, look at the revenue streams delivered by the tax assessor, again, fact-based data, raw data. And I would present the deliverables of the promise of the levy in a different light here than what's been discussed. The rough facts of the matter with the numbers that I currently have is that we have not had enough money collected by the levy, the tax rate, to cover the cost of the positions promised, everything promised in the levy, as well as things that are not related to employees. So all the above, the shortfall of under collection is from day one to present roughly is about $16 million under collected to deliver in today's numbers, to deliver those services in each of those respective years, a shortfall. And that is growing a little bit. Yes, allocated costs were a portion. I subtracted that out. The contract for the union contract, I subtracted that out. The levy's still under collected from day one. And I appreciate your staff who have made a lot of progress in bringing more sophistication into those calculations. And as we talked about the city contracts, we know that they were woefully under collecting as well. So in essence, one would argue that, was it an issue of the general fund subsidizing the levy, subsidizing the LED, subsidizing the city contracts? I would say it's hard to say. Well, it's a very likely possibility in my humble opinion from looking at all the numbers. So I also think there's a delta in the conversation between what was actually spent, delivered, and positions filled in the levy versus what was promised, right? And so when we talk about the staffing level, or we talk about the list of different aspects of that, I would say that what was done and what was promised, there's last year, for example, looking at at least when I was sitting here at the dais, looking at in the budget committee meetings, just looking at the actuals, the projected actuals, we did not collect enough money. And basically, Sheriff's Office did a great job of spending what you had without dipping into that reserve, right? And we've been working on what that reserve was. I think when we were here in May, June, we thought it was about $9 million for the levy, everything in the context of the levy here. About $9 million that was sitting there available. And maybe that number now has come down. We have I learned a lot of late purchase orders that came in late that when we were sitting here in May, June, we couldn't see or understand or know what they were or to size them up. But nonetheless, the levy didn't collect enough. And this year, again, about a $7 million shortfall between what it would actually cost to deliver everything in the levy versus what we're going to collect for this year, for this fiscal year. So that's a big delta. And inflation is part of it, all right? But the chair and I have had conversations about how the city contracts were calculated when he was a sheriff and so forth. And so, it's how we make it right. And I think how we make it right really depends on us being as transparent and honest as about possible to fix it. Because if we don't acknowledge what it is that needs fixing, it won't get fixed. And so I'm trying to be constructive here and making sure that we've got that. So I've made a lot of requests here and there, and I have not received everything I need to receive. I was hoping last week when we talked, thank you for setting that meeting up, I was hoping to get the Excel spreadsheet related to this, I guess, so I can dive into the formulaic aspects of an Excel spreadsheet, how those things were constructed. This is on a Word format, and I'm not able to do that, can't do that. So I do need the Excel. So I want to renew that ask and all the other spreadsheets as well. The other one I want to make an ask for is, and I'll detail it in an email the next day or two, and that is with regard to the fleet things that were presented to us. So I found some, again, either they're mathematical errors, I'm not going to call them discrepancies, but they're mathematical errors, a couple things that just didn't add, so I need to have answers to that. But I think the most important question that I asked in that submitted list on the fleet side was, what is the average cost, I'm sorry, I'll reword that. What is the average life of a patrol car in years, and what is the average life of a patrol car in mileage? Not what the goals are, but what the actual average is. Now, that would include a car that had an early failure, that might include whatever it may be, one that was crashed or whatever. What is the average life of a car? And that would help me do some calculations into all these things, whether it's ELED or it's the levy or the city contracts. The other question I've been raised over and over and over for years and years now, and I just got an update from one of the techs who I know. We watched a football game together on Sunday or Saturday night, and Dodge engines are still failing. Yet we keep on buying Dodges. So I'm just curious, knowing that the law enforcement industry seems to be having greater success nationwide with the Fords, why we're not looking at a changeover. Now, Jason said, I agree, when I chatted with him individually, your fleet guy. So I'm just wondering, how we can, if we can get better mileage, and I say not gas mileage, I'm talking about better life at a lower cost with a different brand, I think we ought to. But Dodge is still having problems with those camshaft failures and other issues. So I acknowledge costs are going up considerably, but they haven't tripled. And the reason I use the word triple is that if I look at the actuals of the last 10 years of what we have spent on vehicle purchases, averaging, giving the benefit of the doubt here, because the average is less than $2 million a year, but the average over the 10 years is, let's just say $2 million. I think the proposal I saw was $6 million, and that seems pretty high. That's a tripling, and I'm just wondering how we get there. And I appreciate Commissioner West's idea of maybe we could parse that out separately and maybe do a geo bond perhaps for that. But I need to have confidence in the numbers in all regards here. So I'm hoping that number one, we can work really hard. If these are the deadlines for May, then please expedite that, because at least for me, my support is going to be contingent upon the numbers and everything gelling and everything matching. And I do know that our staff certainly have found agreement on a number of things. Again, I want to applaud the great work and the improvement and collaboration between our finance and your finance. So we're getting there. We're making great progress. I don't want to undermine that. And as I mentioned last week, we're still not quite there. And I'm hoping that we can get there fast. So I just want to, again, put that out there. And I'm hoping that we can have a better understanding of what the FTEs are that have been, whether it's an average or it's by month. I can go to HR and ask, or I can ask Gary to ask HR to get the month-by-month actuals for FTEs, but I'm hearing numbers that we were at point less than, or more than 8 vacancies. So I don't see how we can have a vacancy and then at the same time say that we fulfilled the levy at the end of the day. So if we had full staffing from day 1 of the levy to day, the last day of the levy, it was fully staffed every month, all the time, great. I think we can say that we delivered, and we didn't, we spent every dime appropriately. And I'm not saying anything's inappropriate. Maybe I misused that word. I don't think anything's been inappropriate. I just think we just haven't collected enough money. So I want to, if I'm reading this correctly, I want to applaud your finance staff for recognizing that we're not collecting enough and recalibrating your spending on the levy to the needs of what you have. So you're spending everything you can to fulfill the levy. I think that's honorable, knowing that there's a shortfall. But the shortfall does result in not providing. So at the end of the day, and this is not me, this is not my opinion, this is something I've heard a number of times, is that there are just concerns that, and we need to remedy this, and I got some ideas on how, that if we fund something, we actually, let's say it's a position, that we actually fill the position. So I think that's important to make sure that there's trust, and I think the conversation we had with regard to a committee or a work group will help us get that confidence and transparency towards fulfilling this. And I won't go into the ELED, but we knew, what I'm sharing with you, I see in the levy, and I've seen it for years, way prior to the last renewal. I shared 15 years ago, just as I did with ELED. And there's no disagreement that ELED has been mathematically underfunded because of inflation. No fault there. But those same, either lack of, or whatever it may be, whatever that mathematical formula is that builds the levy or that builds the city contracts and builds your overhead, that I'm trying to get my hands on to see, and I'm hoping that the spreadsheet really does that. And so that's why the Excel spreadsheet would be really, really important to understand formulaically how you're calculating in that. We just can't leave money on the table, and if we're leaving money on the table on city contracts, or we're not delivering here, I want to make sure it reflects it. But I do share Robert's concerns with the increase. It's pretty substantial, and I'm just trying to wonder how we mitigate that, a term or a dollar amount that is palatable. And so I've said a lot, but I do have one question for us, and maybe even the sheriff can opine as well. I mean, do we really think that, mathematically, I'm not there yet, because I need those numbers, but do we really think that May is, to me, almost too soon? Or should it be November? And I just say that because of a public perception challenge we currently have, which is why I'm working constructively to try to get a work group together and try to get some agreement on the numbers and the stats and all that so that we can build trust. And I'm just wondering from a funding standpoint, as it relates to the tax collection and all that, what are the must-have in order to continue servicing the levy? I mean, what are the drop-dead dates? Is 27 too late? Is November of this year too late? Or is it literally May or November versus November or May of 27? I just asked that question. I don't have the answer.
Yeah. I think that, first of all, I was trying to keep track. You had a number of questions and comments. So I think the first thing I'd like to do is, we can come back to that conversation about when maybe, but I kind of want to give the sheriff and Lee and you a chance to kind of respond to any of those comments or questions. I know some of it you're going to get in spreadsheets, but there were some other questions intermingled in your comments. So I want to give you guys a chance to respond.
So there was a lot.
Yeah.
The highlights, so your fleet questions, I know we've answered some of these questions, so we may not have some of the data, but we'll revisit this and we'll get back to you with each of your questions for fleet as soon as possible. I think the question for me is, because we weren't fully staffed in the levy, does that mean we didn't deliver the services? And I think that if you look at the levy and any funding source that has people in it, Fund 100, whether it's contract cities, you're going to have a certain amount of vacancies. And that's because people come, people go, they retire, leave for another jobs. There's a natural percentage that people are not in those positions. And so, but I also want to say is that is this current levy cycle right now that we're in. And so I'm not really sure where the 16 million, I know we've talked about this before, comes into play. But I can tell you that this is a new levy. This levy was built thoughtfully and was done in collaboration with county finance, who are your experts in finance, with my staff, very tenured staff, with the assessor's office, with treasurer's office. So I think we'll get you the spreadsheet that you can take a look at so you're satisfied. You're ultimately going to be voting, which is what I've said before. And so we want you comfortable that you're satisfied that it is going to collect what it needs to collect, and we're going to deliver the services that we're going to deliver. So I want to say that, and I believe we are delivering the services. We will get back to you on your questions about the fleet. And there's some other things here. We'll take a look at your questions and we'll make sure we get your questions answered. Is there anything that's burning right now that you would like to have answered right now?
You mentioned it here in your reply, and that is as soon as possible. And I think that it would behoove us not to work together as fast as possible on this. If May is still your goal, then we have a lot of work to do in a very short period of time.
We'll get you answers to your questions that we can answer, that caveat. Thank you.
And Commissioner West, go ahead.
So here's my concern. I think Commissioner's office, hopefully you get that information this time. I know your vote's important and your voice is important in this. You should make sure you get what you need, and thank you, Sheriff, for saying you'll do that. Gary just told us we have a week to have to vote on this. We also just made a motion today to get a working group together so that we're working from the same definitions and the confusion is mitigated and that there's confidence as a team moving forward that we're all on the same sheet of music. And so it feels like maybe we haven't been, and we need to be better at that. And there's benefit to that, like, what do these different terms mean, and what are their funding and their total funding, and what numbers are we truly working with, and what are the beginning funds, and why do we have different numbers for beginning funds and things like that. It's hard to. I support a levy. I support fully funding law enforcement, but when we do it, I want to make sure that we're all on, like I said, the same sheet of music, and the public needs to see us do that. I know we're all committed to that. In a week, it's hard to vote for the May goal. I'm hearing about this a week before we're supposed to vote on it to be on the May ballot. This is where I'm really first, like, today, right now, we're going to be voting to put something on the May ballot. Right now, I'm hearing about it. And so I want to get there. That's a pretty big lift. I also, maybe we need a better understanding about, Gary, why in a week? What does that timeline look like? What is the strategy between May? I know you guys said if something doesn't go well in May or doesn't go our way, then we go into November and it's get another bite at the apple and tweak some things potentially. I understand that. what's our plan if we can't do it in May and we go November? Do we wait till the next May? Like, what's our timeline totally look like? It's a little fuzzy for me. It's important for me to know, I guess, is one of my questions. I feel a little under the gun with the levy conversation right now. Like, it's essential. It's a major priority of this county. We are the safest of all large county. We're the 8th safest out of all 36 counties. And there's a lot of variance there, but it is a top priority. It's our value system. We totally support law enforcement and value the work that you all do. But now I feel a little under the gun. And I have to support a levy, but I don't want to support a levy and come back 5 years later and have the same conversation. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, I might just respond a couple things on, so when we were in the last budget, it's been on the forefront of my mind, probably more so just because I've had to do it.
Right.
Right, so I don't, I guess I look at it a little bit different lens. So haven't I, Gary? I've been Gary. This is like coming up. This is like, it's, the preparation, the research, the polling that needs to be done to see where the public's at.
I saw the polling.
To kind of how do we explain where we're headed and why it's important and the cost. So it has been kind of on the forefront for me on some things, and perhaps maybe we didn't have enough discussion about it. I don't know, but the way I look at it when we're doing this levy a number of times before is it takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of effort to communicate to the public out there. I feel sorry for the sheriff's staff and everybody else because you're going to a lot of meetings explaining what the benefit and return is on this investment. So the reason I really support May, number one, is, and that's where we have to decide what it is out of all these choices, right? And we go to the voters. We polled to kind of see what a lot of people support and where they're at. And I think there was even support, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought in the polling, there was more support for asking for more. But in my perception, the economy is really in a difficult time right now. And so that can be a fluid polling, right? As people suffer more financially, they might not want to vote for stuff. So I think that's a decision we all need to make, is kind of what level on it. So if we go out in May and we basically do our best shot, by the time the elections, the economy could get worse, anything, and it might not pass. And if it doesn't pass, we have one last shot. One. And if we listen to the public, we reevaluate, we change things, maybe reduce it or do whatever it is, and then we go for a second time and ask. And hopefully we would have the support of the public in that time. If we hold off until November and it fails, we're laying people off. We're closing jail beds. You're going to see public safety dramatically take a hit. There's just no way we could survive. The county doesn't have the funds to do it. And that's where I see us falling back on, 10 steps backwards. And that's why I always ask Lee, what I always get concerned about, the forced releases we're releasing people that are criminals back into the community that really should be in jail. And stopping that revolving door was always kind of our hope and intent. So what I get so concerned about is just the economic time of today. I mean, power, food, you name it, it's up. And so we're going to have this difficult conversation, kind of like, out of these, what is it? And that's where I don't see us being able to ask for with Fleet or some of these higher ones, just because economically, I feel it's really tough out there. So if we don't go in May, it's a gamble. Could it pass in November? Yes. Could we? And if it doesn't, we're in kind of a bad situation. So that's kind of why I'm in support of kind of trying to move ahead in May. I do want to get Paul all the information you can. I mean, even if there has to be separate meetings between you and the sheriff that you guys help provide to make sure we get the information, because everybody wants to be on the same sheet of music of where we're at financially. And that's kudos to Gary, the sheriff's office, finance, that I have seen over the last year coming together and figuring out where they're doing this. And I think we've made a lot of progress. And so, so that's kind of, hopefully I answered your question a little bit.
I mean, it's a big, I mean, we're here in this meeting and we have a week, we're told, a week. And I know we were we had the fleet conversation, which was incredibly illuminating and concerning, very, very concerning. Sheriff, that was Jason's his name? Yeah, fantastic guy, fantastic presentation. I learned so much. I'm concerned about that. But I'm also concerned about issues that we're still working through, that we've been working through since I've been on this commission. And trying to get to those clear answers that show that the reasons why the levy's been underfunded have been addressed. Now, and understand that we're coming from the same set of facts and that data is what's driving us. And that's just, that reassurance is so essential, because then I know we're also all being together good stewards of public dollars, which all of us care about. I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. And we've come a long way. So those questions have never fully been answered, though they've been asked until I've lost count and breathless. So I don't know what we can get to in a week. Now, I also don't want to let a levy expire and not fund law. That's not an option, period, flat out. That's not going to happen. So I know I have a week, right? And I don't know if that data and that information or spreadsheets or whatever's needed, or the conversations with everyone in the room that's finally going to get us there, is going to happen. And now I feel it doesn't feel good making any votes a little under the gun. And we've talked about the levy, but we have not specifically said, hey, be prepared, commissioners. In early January, you will be making a decision, and you may only have a week to make that decision. Like, I don't feel like that's how I was informed.
And wow, suddenly I see a lot of lights on. So I'm not really sure who came on first. I might start with Gary, and then I'll take them in order. So Gary,
Yes, so we started this discussion in December. You were away, Commissioner West, but we had a policy session in December, asked you to think about it over the break. Could we have started sooner? Absolutely, but we did have a session in December. This is part 2. As you've already heard, your last chance is November 26 for a levy that goes into effect in 27. So the intent is, if you want to aim high, go in May, because if it's unsuccessful, you have one more chance. But November is the last chance you have. So if you wait till November, it's a bit of a risk. But that's a calculated gamble that you get to decide. But I do want to be clear. We should have started probably in August, and the sheriff actually recommended that, but there just wasn't time to do the analysis correctly. But we did start in December. You have till the end of February. There's a whole process once you make a decision. There's ballot language. You have to have a public hearing. All that occurs in February. So you're not deciding, you're not done next week, but you need to give guidance to staff next week so we can start the ballot language, come back to you, and all of that has to happen by the end of February for the May ballot. It's a very strict timeline.
I just had one more quick thing. Sheriff, I share your concern, because we saw how this last election cycle with levies and bonds went before the public. Things that were way closer than I expected. I was shockingly close, as I've said publicly before, and some things just failed that I was shocked failed. And some of these things were essential services, and we're talking about fire and school bonds and things like that usually don't have much of a hurdle. It felt different this cycle. However, you're concerned about addressing the fleet and the levy, but that's also really, it feels like we're hitting a looming cliff with that aging fleet too. So I don't, we also have to pick between one of those options, and only one of them deals with fleet. So I don't know, maybe, I don't know where we're at on that, but you were the former sheriff and know more than I do.
yeah, I mean,
I'm just piggybacking off your comment you made.
Yeah. I mean, I hear what you're saying. I guess we would have to look at some other way to get us through the fleet crisis, whether it's general funds or what. It's a stepping stone process. I just feel as though that's a huge ask of the public to step up and fund our fleet. plus the 11 deputies, right? Plus the shortage that we initially had. I just feel like that's a lot. And this is just a difficult time. I mean, if the economy was better, I think, and everybody's income was up and everything was, I mean, we really, the public has got some tough issues facing them economically. So that is why I kind of lean towards just trying to keep the existing staff we have.
Yeah.
And we have future conversations, whether it's we come back at another time, like
Yeah.
you said, if the economy just turns around and maybe we can come back with a capital deal, maybe not, maybe we look at some other things. So I don't necessarily have all the answers on that.
I don't really want our levy on the ballot either with the transportation tax. Watched every tax just go down. The public is lit on that issue. And I'm afraid that they're gonna be like, oh, that's a tax and no to that transportation tax, and they're all right. And so nobody wants to be on the ballot with the transportation tax, including the governor. So, right, like nobody does. And that thing's become a little bit toxic. I mean, honestly, I know I share, but honestly, if we're just being honest, May might be where we have to do it, because do you want to put this on the November ballot? And that'd be our only shot with that transportation tax,
yeah.
right? It looks like did we think about that politically? Like, I could easily see something that normally would pass, like just hit a bad cycle with something like that on the ballot, and then we don't have anything going. That's a fact, that really could happen.
And that's kind of, one of the things I'd asked Gary is, I asked him to kind of research what else do we anticipate being on the ballot at the same time? Because the people do oftentimes make a choice, and they'll look at two and go, well, I'm not going to fund them both, I'll pick that one. So it's important for us to know, and hopefully we'll have that by the time we have to kind of make this decision. But I wanted to, Martha has wanted to say something. I want to let Martha go.
Well, I
And then I'll get you.
actually agree with the chair on putting it on May, because then you get the second bite at the apple. That makes sense to me. I'm just unclear at this point. Is option 3 the one that would fund the fleet as well?
No.
Which one?
It was this one.
It was 4, okay, option, okay, there we go. Per year, okay. And then you're talking about the current rate
Well,
and
it'd be
maintaining it.
this one.
It'd be option 2.
That would keep staff.
Okay.
Option 2 keeps everything as it is, not an increase.
What is 3 again? Different
3
nature?
adds 11 people, I think, isn't it? Is it 11? Option
Yes.
3 adds 11 staff.
Okay.
So right now, our decision is between 2 or 3, and then whether it goes on May. I'm just wanting to clarify my head's a little muddy today, so I'm just trying to understand.
Because if
that means,
if
right.
option 1 would end up closing.
Right, so you have
As I
to do,
understand,
so
yes.
we do have to have an increase no matter what.
Some, so that's where.
Well, the other thing is, public safety is a big issue with people, and there is an affordability issue out there. Everybody's feeling that, and that's national, it's not just here. It's a mess, but generally, things like public safety, at least in my experience in the past, is that everybody wants it. Everybody needs it, and it's an easier, it's a very easy sell to make sure, people like the idea it's going towards public safety, and I think that's what makes the case for it. And I don't know how the last time we did this, what happened? Did we do it in May and then have to go on to November, or has it significantly usually been okay in May?
We passed it in May,
Yeah.
which was the first time I think we went to May. We've typically, before me, when Sheriff Roberts was sheriff,
Yeah.
it was November.
Okay, all right.
Can we do a special election outside the normal cycle?
Do you have money for a special election?
Oh, fair enough.
And then we have to pay, yeah.
Correct.
That
Yeah, you're
would
right.
Okay.
But Commissioner West, I do share your concerns about the November ballot.
Yeah.
I do
Yeah.
share your concerns. And
Especially in
then,
Clackamas.
yeah, and then we let I believe that May is the right choice. We let folks weigh in, and if they vote it down, then we know what their answer is. And then we come back and we can be thoughtful about reducing services, and that would be staff, and come back, with something that perhaps they would be okay with passing in November.
So I wanted to go to Cindy and then to Paul, so go ahead, Cindy.
Thanks. Just a couple of things. We've been working hard on this, so while we've been looking for quite a while on the numbers, and I wanted to say that the numbers that you see before you in these spreadsheets are fully loaded. And so what happened last time, none of us were here, but the numbers that went into the levy were not fully loaded. They were just the direct costs of operating the levy. And so this one, the numbers for all of these are, we believe, in terms of working with the sheriff's office on this, that, we also wanted them to align with some of the things that were in our forecast, some of the increases. So we saw that that things were going done the same way. And so we feel really comfortable in terms of those numbers. I think you have a different set of questions now, which is really about what are the additives? Do you want to add a crime prevention team? Yes or no? Do you want to add the vehicles just for the levy, or do you want to add it for the entire sheriff's office? Those are the questions that I think are part of the deliberation versus, I don't know if you want to get into the weeds. We got into the weeds in terms of the numbers, and there was a lot of back and forth, and there were changes that happened. But I think the larger issues are these additives. If you want to just fund the levy as it is, then you would go with option 2. And if you want to fully fund the levy without any additives, it would be option 2. And then the others go beyond that. Again, remember that Washington County almost doubled their levy, I think, and that passed there swimmingly. So, to your point, that public safety is really important.
On people's minds.
And and I did query the clerk's office. There's only one other measure in May that's on the ballot. So there's talk about others, but they haven't been filed yet. So, but I think I think we've really gone over the detail, and so it's really how much you want to add to it. That seems more the conversation.
I'm sorry, Paul's been waiting. Paul's up. Sorry.
Yeah, appreciate the conversation here. I just, I don't see, frankly, the atmosphere being that much different in May than in November. I get it that there'll be a transportation package, but I highly doubt that will be successful, and I think that, there's almost a foregone conclusion that there's not going to be the votes for that package, right? And let's just talk about for a moment, well, I don't want to get too, I know we're limited on time here, but I mentioned it earlier, the problem with the transportation package or ODOT, or the problem with TriMet is messaging, what the facts are, and there's no trust, right? And I think they are miles away from restoring that even in a year's time, because so much damage has been done, whether that's TriMet or ODOT. And I'm hoping that with a concerted effort, that we can work hard to make sure that what we're delivering and how the numbers are put together and the language in the ballot and everything else, if we can remedy those things, we have a very short window to build trust, right? And I'm concerned about that short window. Even if we did it, even we had a kumbaya moment tomorrow, I'm not saying that it's a trust with the sheriff's office or the Board of County Commissioners. I'm just saying that there's a negative tax environment out over there, right? So the better job we do in May, let's just whether it's November because of the measure fails, or whether it's November because we wait till November. Either way, I think how we perform, how we communicate, how we work together between now and that period of time can make or break our success in garnering the trust that Clackamas County is doing it right? But right now, there's so much negativity out over there, anti-tax, no new tax, that kind of message out over there. I just don't see that being any less today or in May than it will be in November, because it's hot out there right now.
But they haven't spent millions of dollars on political ads beating their opponents on a transportation tax that they crammed through unpopularly through the legislature and some of the art. wait till the political ads hit, and then the fever pitch. I mean, we had 250,000 Oregonians come together in no time to say we want to vote on this. There really is like a fever pitch around this, and they're just going to stoke that politically going into the midterms, and they're going to try to make every single politician wear that scarlet letter of the transportation tax. So that's my concern. I think we're just, and now that it looks like legally it has to go onto the ballot, that it can't be undermined, like they have the constitutional right to vote on it. I mean, we haven't even begun to see the political ads yet. And that's I agree with everything you said except for that it's not going to even get, I think it does. I think it is going to be definitely used in the political cycle, and then it's going to be a no tax cycle even more. And then something that would traditionally always pass in Clackamas is like people, I can just see my suburban neighbors who vote. Oh, tax, I'm a no tax for everything, no matter what this cycle. And I've seen that happen just around the kitchen table as families are voting. That's like a new dynamic. None of us expected that. I'm also want to know if we do option 4, how much pressure does that relieve off the general fund? Because right now around 25% is covered in the levy for our fleet. But if we just take care of the fleet through the levy, or we relieve that pressure off the general fund, that could be also pretty significant, which we all care about. So just another thought. Washington County was recently successful. I don't believe we reached the peak of I hate taxes in Oregon until, we're talking, I think September, October is going to be wild.
Yep.
Yeah, in the midterms. So I want to, maybe option 4, we take the bigger bite in the risk with 4, if we're talking about this, and then we have to adjust in the November and be more, and like you guys said, but like, if we always normally can pass in May, why not, if we do move forward, I know we aren't voting on this today, which is good, really consider like taking care of the fleet issue.
All right, Gary.
Commissioner Helm would like to speak.
Okay, Commissioner Helm, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of thoughts as I'm listening to all this. My concern about not putting the vehicles on the ballot along with the increase is that kicking the can down the road is going to be a lot more expensive to replace these vehicles and take care of them. And we're already, after our presentation by Jason, I would be worried that it would be even more expensive, however long from now that would be. If I were to vote on this today, I would put option 4 on the ballot in May and kind of as a trial balloon and see. You can always dial back, but what if you put option 2 in May and it passes? You don't want to go back in November and say, oh gosh, that passed, maybe we want to add some more. And people will have their tax bills in November. I think we're safer to go with May. I know we've got a shorter window of time, but I think we kind of shoot for the moon and scale back as needed. Right. I think the vehicle situation needs to be dealt with sooner than later.
All right. So I had one comment, and maybe you can clarify this, because on option 2, to provide some clarity on this, for those, because this is how we used to calculate it before, for those positions in the levy, you had funding calculated for vehicles for the levy positions, right? I want people to understand that.
Correct.
On option 2, you are getting money for vehicles. You're just not getting 6 million or whatever it is, right? Am I right?
Correct. Correct. It's for the levy positions. As you load the position, the vehicle equipment is built into that.
To that position.
Yeah.
So we're not just,
And it's 25% of the fleet.
About 25%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll get about 25% of the fleet funded in that option number 2. The additional funding is really to add more fleet to kind of get on more of a rotation basis. I think the other thing I kind of want to address, kind of what Paul said, and I think that kind of this trust issue, and I think this is my belief, is suddenly one day they just don't trust us. The trust is built over time. Mm-hmm. And I feel like trust has been built over time by the actions and success of the sheriff's office. as you mentioned, it's the top safest county in the Tri-County area. We're really top in the state. There's really been, huge public safety things that have happened over the years that all the deputies have done, whether it's a search and rescue or the mountain or no matter what it is. But I think it's those little things along the way that build that trust and how you spend those dollars. And so, so to the credit, this last time it did pass, surprisingly even more than I thought. And so as we go forward, I think it's, and this is the other issue that you have to also think about is messaging. So you can, if you go out in Maine, you're not successful. It's a lot of work. You can educate them about it, but then the sheriff's also responsibility beyond that of really expressing her position on the issue. And so I just want to say it's a lot of work to do it twice. And I also think it's hard. And I can tell you once Happy Valley had a public safety levy, it didn't pass. We actually had to regroup and really had to, number one, raise a lot of money, create a whole new kind of campaign effort to support some existing. We did lower it, and that was all the city's decision, right, on how they wanted to do that. But I can just tell you, being there, it's a lot of work. And so if we kind of get close to where we think it should be, that's kind of where I usually lean. So I know this is information only. We've had a lot of discussion about this. I want to give my colleagues any last chance before we maybe move on. Gary?
So I have one clarifying question I don't understand. Maybe I missed it, but I see the dates in which the funds need to be filed, but why is it we need to make a decision next week? I heard Commissioner
Jeff,
West
can
say
you
that,
help?
and
Jeff Munz?
I know
Yes.
he's not making that up, but I need to understand the mechanics and the specific timelines, and I need to have that shared with me. I don't care if that's after the meeting or an email, but I want to see why and how, what's going to happen, because if that's the case, we have a lot of work to do very quickly.
Correct. Assistant Counsel Jeff can answer real quickly the answer to that, please.
Yes, it has to do with the election calendar and trying to get all the paperwork in. You have to approve the election forms. There's a challenge period and so on. That February 27th date is the absolute last date that can be presented. If there's a challenge, then you lose your ability to refine anything and keep it on the ballot. So working backwards from the election dates, really, it's not a hard and fast rule. You have to do it next week, but it's best practice so you have enough time to get it done right. And I understand it's a balance for you trying to make the right decision, but I think you want to give the process enough time to work through any issues that might arise or any potential challenge.
Okay. Yeah, if you could detail that in an email, I'd appreciate it, or whatever that cadence is to gets us to, the filing deadline. I mean,
Yeah.
you explained it. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much more to refine that, really, other than I can give you some more dates and details about how long the challenges are and all that, but really it's trying to get this done as early as possible so you have enough time to work through any potential issues with the ballot language itself. I'll say the ballot language so far, depending, what's the supporting language for these rate increases is neutral, and translating that directly into an explanatory statement and other issues on the ballot would not be a big challenge. So where we're at right now with the language, I'm not foreseeing any real tricky work to be done there. It's pretty straightforward what you're having the dollars line up with. So we're in good shape there at this point, but we haven't seen kind of the final decision to then have all that work then flow from there.
All right. Okay. All right. With that being said, Gary, how about a short 5-minute recess?
Yes.
Is that all right? Okay, we'll take a short 5-minute recess, and you guys are on next, so we'll get ready for that. Here we go. We're back at it, and again, welcome everyone. Gary, what's next on our agenda?
Thank you. Next policy session is Clackamas County Emergency Operations Plan. Presenting is Daniel Neibauer, Director of Disaster Management. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Roberts and Commissioners. I'm here on behalf of Disaster Management to request the board's review of the 2026 revision of the county's Emergency Operations Plan ahead of a repromulgation of that plan in March. We've got an accompanying presentation here, And we'll start with some kind of basics on what is an EOP. So really what we're looking at is our Emergency Operations Plan, or EOP, that establishes the overall authority, roles, and responsibilities that are performed during incidents. And this assigns roles and responsibilities that may be close or slightly outside of what a department or an agency may do. Sets forth those lines of authority, organizational relationships. They may change in the course of a disaster or an incident. We're talking about describing how we are going about protecting property and people in cases of an incident. We look through different requirements of what jurisdictions are responsible to make sure that's clear across jurisdictional boundaries. And we design it to be flexible enough to be used as what we call an all hazards plans. There are specific information in some of the annexes, and I'll talk about that, but the base plan, which is what we're asking for your review over the course of the next month, is to review those basic guidelines of the Emergency Operations Plan. So why do we update the Emergency Operations Plan? What occurs different over the course of time? And so we are required to update the plan every 2 years and repromulgate it every 4 by federal and state laws, typically often around grants. Outside of those legal requirements, we have things change, like our county risk profile, where we start seeing perhaps additional wildfires or floods, or something has changed in our demographics, in our risk. New jurisdictions may apply. There may be new laws, state laws, federal laws that require us to change our plans, as well as new community-based organizations that may be in and help us there. So that review allows us to update, make sure that plan is current and clearly outlines roles, responsibilities, and authorities. And it also allows us to validate that plan with our county and community partners, other county departments, as well as other jurisdictions, so we make sure that everyone is clear on responsibilities. Cutting on to the next slide of what's in the EOP, the base plan, which is the portion that we're requesting the Board of County Commissioners review, talks about introduction, covering some of the promulgation statement, the purpose for it, situation and planning assumptions. What are the hazards that we face? What do we know that exists in our community? What are vulnerabilities that are out there? Concept of operations that looks at the overall picture of how the county accomplishes this mission in an emergency. What is the methodology that we use to set our goals and objectives in response to an incident? Section 4 outlines those roles and responsibilities that we clearly go over with everyone to make sure that people know what they're responsible for. Section 5 is that coordination. We also is known in command and control. Which talks about who has tactical and operational control of the different response assets and organizations that are involved. And finally, Section 6 is that plan review and maintenance. How are we keeping up this plan? How are we training this plan? How are we exercising on this plan? The second section there, which we're not asking for Board of County Commission review, is our annexes, because we do change them more frequently. And our emergency support function annexes talk about how we come together around a specific function. So that could be like transportation, communications, public works, information, mass care, and how the county will achieve those objectives. Our support annexes, which we're going to be working on reducing, talks things about like evacuation, behavioral health, animals and disasters, public health. We're pulling those over into those emergency support functions. And then finally, our incident annexes that talk about very specific things in regards to certain incidences. So for example, our flood annex may talk about areas of the county that we know commonly flood, and to be looking for those and be ready for evacuations or efforts that need to conduct there. On to the next slide, just a brief overview of the project timeline. This started back in November of 2024 through our project management phase and pulling a team together. Kicked off about this time last year. And we spent the first about 6 months working on that basic plan review with county departments, and then getting into our functional annex review for the following 6 months. Somewhere around end of October, we kind of pulled all that information together and then got it off to county administration and county council for review through November till about earlier this month, where we got that plan back, made any changes or revisions there to where we can come forth to the board to ask for their review. And so a little update to the timeline in here. We would be looking for any board comments or review by February 23rd, 2026. And then that will allow us to make any reviews and changes, respond to any comments, and get this plan repromulgated by March of 2026 through the consent agenda process. We did have extensive community engagement as part of this process. We started off with our county partners in our city and special districts through meetings with our county partners and departments, as well as city and special districts. Disaster management holds a monthly call with city and special districts, which we review the separate sections, as well as give them the opportunity to look through 85 and 95% completed drafts. Our community partners, often organizations that we work with commonly in response, we sent back very specific sections of the plan for them to review. And finally, all community members have the availability to go to our public-facing website, provide any comments that they have on the plan. And once we have a promulgated plan, we intend to have a roadshow that also is into a little bit of outreach to be able to talk to different community members, whether CPOs, HOAs, or other organizations, to be able to let them know about our new plan and how they fit into it. So major changes in here, there is a document as part of your packet that talks about the major changes here. I'm not going to go into a lot of extensive here, but we did update our hazard analysis as part of our 2024 natural hazard mitigation plan. We had some new information there. We expanded, had some additional capabilities from our communications and emergency alert, made sure they were there, updated roles and responsibilities as different organizations get new capabilities, included those. Some county departments had been restructured, so we made sure to incorporate those changes into there, and then incorporated a little bit of a different relationship through some of the departmental operation centers that exist throughout the counties as they have increased their capabilities and be able to document those. But there are a full document of those changes within your packet as a separate there. So for the role of the BCC, what we're asking for today is review of the base plan, again, till February 23rd, 2026. Please suggest any revisions, send those over to us, and we will get those incorporated or respond there. And then we'll be back in front of you or have on consent agenda the repromulgation of that plan before March 31st of 2026. And beyond that, are there any questions or comments that I can answer?
Commissioner, go ahead, Commissioner Salas.
Yeah. Recently, with a few outages, I'll just use Verizon as an outage, right? They had a national outage here, it was last week, I believe, and I think people around the country were affected. But I think there were areas where the concentration of people lost service were significant. And putting up a mobile, connector, so to speak, wouldn't help if the main system is down, right? So if the main system's down, then it doesn't really matter what you have up for backup. And also our reliance on, let's just say cable for TV, right? I mean, for telephone, for TV communications, that relies upon an existing system unless people have the rabbit ears and they can convert their TV and pick a UHF or VHF, right? So that's not likely for a lot of folks, right? And we're not going to be able, our iPhones are going to be essentially useless other than the data that's sitting there on them, like a phone number or something like that. But, and the recent thing I've learned is that CenturyLink, who provides a lot of hardline service, is now stepping out of that world, and they're going to be converting in the next year all the hard lines to to the virtual digital world as opposed to hard lines. So I see us more vulnerable than ever. And I'm just kind of wondering if there really needs to be more emphasis on amateur radio systems or something like that. I know it's included in here, I saw it, but not in a robust way. And, I know from time to time I've ran into that group of people. I know that they're very passionate about their work. I just think that, from an emergency standpoint, I'm just really wondering how attuned or engaged some of our emergency responders are in perhaps technically using that as a backup in a way to communicate with the public, not with themselves, because they have the 800 if that's working, right? But it's more about whether it's the fires or that we had or the ice storm. When things are down, people really don't have a connection. And so how do we communicate that? I just don't feel confident that we have a thorough, well-versed system that the general public's aware of and know how to access it.
Yeah, CARES, so our emergency support function 2 for communications, CARES, who is the Clackamas Amateur Radio Emergency Services, is a critical component of that. And we've definitely been activating them more and having them more. For example, in the flooding, we've had them come in more. And as we have heard things regarding what's kind of going out in the field and how people are impacted, particularly in areas that don't have communications, it's been really rewarding for us to have them go and connect with a lot of amateur radio individuals that are part of their network and not part of their network to do that. So it is something we're trying to grow. I agree, communications is something that's always struggled with. We're definitely trying to increase the amount of amateur radio. We're teaching amateur radio classes, trying to get more people on board to do that. There's also, and I'd have to find you the acronym, but there's SHARES. So CARES as an amateur radio network is very purposely designed for amateur radio users. So we couldn't actually have someone, a paid person of our staff, use that amateur radio network. Because of that, there is a network that's being replicated called SHARES that is being more used. So like Canby Fire just put a SHARES unit up. Other fire districts and governments have the SHARES unit that is very purposely designed for government passing of messages. And we're on board with that and getting to be a part of that and passing that information. So we're building that network up. Also encourage folks the use of the NOAA, the National Weather Service radios, because those will pick up alerts as well as information. But I certainly agree that the more that we can bolster that network and direct people that way to get information through a less internet or data linked is helpful.
Good. I'm thankful for all the volunteers in the Amateur Radio Network, the Clackamas Group, and others that are out there, but it's just something that is, I just got heightened concern about it that I've ever had before because of all these recent things I've learned and witnessing out there of system failures.
Yeah, and in terms of getting things out direct to people, it is tough, but we do maintain satellite capability both for phone and data as well. So we can stay connected, but you're right, getting it to the community members can be a barrier.
If there's an abandonment of, let's say CenturyLink abandons that system, but it's still there and it's wired in a lot of places, is there any way of, I won't say acquiring it, but having access to it as a backup? Is there any talk about that? Because that's a big deal.
Not that I heard. The specifics of telecommunications is a bit outside of my knowledge base, and I can work to see if I can find somebody that will know. I suspect perhaps some folks over in TS may be able to have knowledge around that, but I can work on that.
Yep. If I have any input, it's in that regard.
Okay.
Martha.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for everything you did during the flooding. I had an opportunity to miss it because I was visiting family, but I heard it was, and saw some photos, it was quite the ordeal. And where was the worst flooding in the county that you had to deal with, just out of curiosity?
It kind of occurred all over. The Malala River had a bit more than they had predicted, and we've seen some interesting things in the Malala about the changing of the course of the river. But
Really?
up on the mountain in Sandy, they had some big bank erosion and channel migration, as well as on the Clackamas. But those were kind of some of the bigger areas in which we had to issue some evacuations. And I know that the sheriff's office and Clackamas Fire and Canby Fire were very busy helping folks get out there. Other fire districts as well. I'm not naming them all because I don't have a whole list of them.
So were there multiple evacuations as well?
Yes, we had
There was.
evacuations,
That's what you're
particularly in
saying. Okay,
southern Malala,
that was
river
by-
area and
And
others.
by Canby then?
Yeah.
Yes.
There was a couple section. There was a section on a road in just south of Canby that got pretty extensive, and then the Malala River did change course in Canby, and we're working with state and federal agencies on determining the impact of that.
Wow, it actually changed course? I don't ever recall that happening, at least on the Malala.
It shifted out of the riverbed into a local quarry and goes through the quarry now into the other side.
Oh.
Yeah. There's a dry riverbed that you can walk on now.
Wow. Okay, thank you. Thanks for all you do.
So I think that, not to do with this plan, but a little bit to follow up with Paul's question, are we switching over to at least some staff having Starlink or that capability? I know that that's kind of the way of the future, a little bit on communication in the event of a disaster.
Yeah, we have 2 Starlink units that are ready to go, and we roll them out and test them, and they work well. We can also do calls over them as well, so it gives us satellite capability.
Okay, thanks for answering that. So I think with that, if there's no more questions, is there a motion?
This is just informational, asking you to review the plan.
The draft, is it?
Yeah, review the plan. It's part of your packet. And please review that and get to me any comments, revisions by February 23rd. And if you don't have any comments, that's fine too. And then we will bring this back for promulgation as part of the consent agenda process.
Sorry, Daniel, there's a motion inside of your options, and that's what we're following, so it's in your script, please.
So do we need a
Yes,
motion?
yes, please.
On this to accept the draft, as I understand
You're
it?
simply going to put it forward to a future business meeting after you've had a chance to review it and send feedback to Daniel. The motion is accurate. You're approving the draft, yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes, thank you.
So I will look to my colleague over there.
I want to get the language right. I'll do it.
You do it.
My pages are sticking together.
Yeah, I don't even know mine are somewhere.
It's page
Chair,
10.
I move that we approve the draft of the 2026 County Emergency Operations Plan and direct staff to return to a future business meeting for final approval.
Right, is there a second?
I will second that.
All right, Commissioner West has moved to approve the draft 2026 County Emergency Operation Plan and direct staff to return at a future business meeting for final approval. It's been seconded by Commissioner Schrader. Any further discussion?
Yes. Daniel, I have a question. Is there reasonably between now and the time frame, or the real time frame in which it really has to be adopted, is there anything we can tweak to put more emphasis on that communication matter that I brought up?
We can bring you the information regarding the emergency support function 2 on communications, and that's where we house that information regarding our communications capabilities and how we do it, as well as our alert and warning capabilities. And we can bring those, make sure that those are referenced properly in the plan.
Okay, so would that result in an amendment to the plan, the draft plan?
Not to the base plan portion, which is why we keep the base plan to be a little bit more general, setting up that framework and that emergency support function 2. For example, if there were another wonderful bit of communication capability that were to come out next year, we can change that in ESF2 without changing that general framework of emergency operations plan, the EOP, that the base plan portion that you are promulgating.
Okay. I'm just trying to get some kind of security that we will, or confidence that we will work to enhance that lack of service of hard lines and everything else I talked about in the event of a systems failure at somewhere across the country or whatnot. So I just don't think it's robust enough, and I won't repeat what I said, but I'm just wondering how I get the confidence that we're actually taking the steps in the other plan that you spoke to.
Sure. We can get you that plan, and then we can talk a little bit about the implementation portions that we're using to keep the communications within the county robust.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions? Clerk, would you please call the poll?
Commissioner Helm. Commissioner, I believe you're muted still.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Savas.
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Mr. Chair.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Gary, what's next?
Thank you. Next, Transportation and Development will present Business Development Grants, fiscal year 26 award recommendations. Presenting is Dan Johnson, Director of Transportation and Development, and Laura Edmonds, Economic Development Manager. Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much, Chair Roberts. Commissioners, we are here to present to you the fiscal year 26 Business Development Grant Award recommendations. And with that, I will turn it over to Laura to present from our Office of Economic Development.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. Privileged to be here again. So in April of 2024, Office of Economic Development was directed by you to develop the year 2 of our Business Development Grant Program for fiscal year 25-26, approving $650,000 in funding for this cycle. The grant program was created to be a competitive grant to support traded sector businesses of various sizes located throughout Clackamas County. Grants are to support capital capacity or workforce development projects, and a core focus is on the businesses looking to relocate, expand, or retain their operations in Clackamas County. In this grant cycle, we received 24 total applications, of which 15 met the baseline criteria for consideration with a total funding ask of $947,161. Attachment A of your packet, which is page 3, shows those applications that went through the diligent screening by our Review and Recommendation Committee. Attachment B, which is page 18, will show you all applications received. So of the total 24 applications, 12 are being recommended for funding due to their economic return on investment. These almost all include capital project investments in expanding of production and facilities and to expand operations to increase sales and create jobs. 3 of the 24 applications are not being recommended due to the difficulty in assessing their economic return on investment. This was due to lack of information, unclear project outcomes, or that they barely made the traded sector definition. 9 applications were deemed ineligible due to the fact that they simply are not traded sector. The last page in your packet, attachment C, provides you with the list of the Review and Recommendation Committee. I'd like to do a special note and thanks, a shout out to our city partners. They were instrumental in making sure that this grant was marketed well into throughout the region. So we have 5 applications. Of the 12 we're recommending, 5 are from Oregon City, 2 are Gladstone, 2 are from Milwaukee, and the rest are spread out through Sandy, Clackamas, and Boring, which there's a map on page 4 in your packet. So special note, this inadvertently got left off in the legal policy requirements. Please know that County Council is and will be engaged in the development of the funding agreements that we establish for each business. So today, if you approve the committee recommendations to fund the 12 businesses, the next step would be for County Council and the businesses to complete and agree to the funding agreements, and then those would come back to you for formal approval for funding, and our deadline for funding is May of '26. So with that said, do we have any questions?
Martha?
Yeah, I just was curious, are all of these businesses that have already have been here for a while, or are they businesses that have relocated from someplace else? Do you know?
The requirement for the grants are that the businesses have had to be in business existence for at least 2 years.
Okay, in our area.
In
yeah.
our area, well, in the area, or as of this, for this grant series, there isn't anybody that's relocating into the county.
Okay.
The last
has
grants we did.
Oh, the last grants, and you had people that had been here for the required 2-year time and had relocated then, but not this time.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks
of
for all you
course.
do.
Yeah, of course.
Right, any other questions? Right, is there a motion?
Where's the sheet? I need to be scripted today. I move we approve the grant recommendations as presented and direct staff to create funding agreements for final board approval.
I'll second.
Right. Commissioner Schrader has moved to approve the grant recommendations as presented and direct staff to create a funding agreements for final board approval. It's been seconded by Commissioner West. Any further discussion?
Yes, Chair, if I may.
Yes.
For those who are watching or not aware that the monies that we are granting here are not county general funds, they are lottery funds essentially, that are designed for economic development, and therefore staff's implementing those. So I don't want people to think that we're spending their property tax dollars on this. So that's a clarification I want to make. Thank you.
Good point.
Good call, yeah.
Right, I think we're at a point. Clerk, would you please call the poll?
Commissioner Helm.
Aye.
Commissioner Savas.
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Mr. Chair.
I'll abstain. And Gary, what's next?
Motion passes 4-0, Mr. Chair. 4-0 with one abstention, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next policy session is code enforcement priorities. Transportation and Development Team will present as well. Dan Johnson, Director, Cheryl Bell, Assistant Director. Go ahead, please.
As Cheryl makes her way up to the dais, I just briefly want to recap for some of you who weren't here back in 2024. We had the Board of County Commissioners that point in time who essentially re-up and affirmed our current priorities within our code enforcement program. At that time, we had committed to coming back and having a dialogue with the board about those priorities. And that's what we are here today to have. And so with that, I'm going to hand it over to Cheryl to kind of run through just kind of some background, not only for your benefit, but for the public's benefit, to educate you about and the public about our code enforcement process. And then we'll be happy to answer any questions you might have about the list before you today. So with that, Cheryl.
Yeah, so good afternoon, Chair Roberts and Commissioners. As Dan noted, I'm going to provide a little bit of background on the code enforcement process because the code enforcement priority list, which is before you today, is really a tool in the larger enforcement process. Code enforcement, which is housed in DTD, provides enforcement on violations of the codes, statutes related to public health, safety, welfare, and neighborhood livability. There are specific codes that code enforcement enforces on. These are the state building codes, the zoning and development ordinance and state land use law, the county roadway standards, the Oregon DEQ standards related to septic and on-site wastewater, and then provisions of the Clackamas County Code itself related to building codes, abatement of dangerous buildings and structures, chronic nuisance, graffiti, and solid waste and waste management. If an item falls outside of these codes, it's enforced by other agencies, but it's not taken up by code enforcement. So the county has a complaint-based code enforcement system. So violations come to our attention by complaints submitted by community members, and they can submit complaints by phone, by email, or online. Code enforcement does not go out to the community to look for violations. We must receive a complaint for us to take action. Common question we get is if complaints can be submitted anonymously. We do have a process for a confidential complaint, and this is for somebody to submit a complaint and their name can be held in confidence in alignment with ORS, but we don't take anonymous complaints. When a complaint is received and it falls within an enforceable priority, a case is open and an investigation is held. The process is first to validate that the alleged violation has occurred. If adequate evidence is not found, the case does not move forward. Once it's determined that a violation exists and the issue moves into enforcement, we always try to use education and voluntary compliance as our first measures of resolving an issue. When a community member works collaboratively with us to resolve a violation, there are many avenues we explore for solutions, and the necessary time needed to resolve the violation can be provided. Examples of some of the ways we've helped the community is we often work with veterans services or community social services to assist people if that would help resolve a violation. We've been able to find cleanup dollars to provide dumpsters to abate solid waste violations. Staff really from all our teams, from code enforcement to building codes, planning, and sustainability, use a host of creative solutions to help community members resolve issues. After attempts at education and voluntary compliance are exhausted, cases are advanced to be heard by independent hearings officer. The hearings officer establishes the next timelines and benchmarks and has the authority to dismiss violations or grant additional time for abatement. If a hearings officer's decision and timelines aren't followed and further action is needed, the case advances to circuit court. So the priority list is the guiding document that provides direction to this code enforcement process. In looking at the priority list itself, each item on the list is from one of the codes or statutes that's enforced by the county. So each element is tied directly back to a state or county code, statute, rule, or law. Due to the large amount of provisions enforced by code enforcement, Section 9.02340 of County Code developed a process to prioritize these violations for enforcement. In creating this, the Board of Commissioners at the time noted that they believed that prioritization of violations for enforcement results in effective and efficient reallocation of resources. So in 2021, the board at the time established the first code enforcement violation priorities and enforced priorities list, or the priorities list. And this list ranked violations by priority levels and established that violations within priorities 1 through 4 would be enforced by code enforcement. Since that system was established in 2001, we continued to enforce on the 1 through 4 priority violations. Over time, the list has evolved to account for new laws, updated codes, and board priorities such as illegal marijuana or the addition of graffiti abatement. This includes the most recent update in 2018 and the one being presented today. In advance of this policy session, staff reviewed the 2018 priority list, which is our current list right now, and is proposing some updates to increase clarity and transparency. And these updates are listed in your policy session worksheet. The updated version of the list we are presenting today continues enforcement action on level 1 through 4 priorities. Enforcement of priorities ranked 1 through 4 is really important to note. If a violation is reported and it falls within the 1 through 4 priority, a case is opened and an investigation is held. If a reported violation is lower than a priority 4, the matter is not taken up by code enforcement. When creating these priorities originally and as they are today, they prioritize health, life, safety, and neighborhood livability. This gives code enforcement staff and community direction on which items will move forward. You'll see on the priority list there are lower priority violations noted, and this shows that a conscious effort is taken to consider what we will enforce. It also provides clarity on why action is not taken on lower level priorities. So with this background, staff are here to answer your questions and support your discussion as you review the priority list. And we have a number of experts here today too, which is great. And ultimately, staff are seeking approval of the updated 2026 code enforcement violation priorities and enforceable priorities list. And we'll be happy to support your deliberation.
All right, questions? And Commissioner West, you're on.
I have a couple questions. When looking at this, reviewing code enforcement priorities, have we done an analysis to review the list of priorities against state law and the county ZDO so that we can make sure that we're not adding any additional standards than what state law requires? And we have done that. Okay. And so we're confident that the county isn't adding anything additional within its code than what's required by state law?
There is absolutely no flexibility for our code enforcement staff to add anything above what is either enforced through state statute or through county code.
Okay.
Zero ability.
Okay.
So there's no ability to add additional components of solid waste to say you have this which needs to go, or it's whatever falls within the statute and or code.
Okay.
Yep.
Do we ever have a look at like what's reasonable? I know it can be black and white, this is what's in code, and then trying to also find like what's common sense and where does that fall? We had a pretty long conversation regarding a shed recently. Like what's the real impact to community here? And are we spinning our wheels and getting into this controversy that may or may not be good for the resident or for the county? So just having this kind of reasonable, pragmatic mindset when we address these things.
Do you want to go or me to go?
So we have to enforce, equitably. So when something comes forward, and if it is a violation, we have to enforce the same on one person as we would on the other. So if we would move forward regardless, that's kind of the way we do it. I think, that does give it a more black and white, but that's kind of what the process is for code enforcement itself.
And to expand on that briefly, I mean, a lot of the focus that you're going to see in the priority 1 through 4 fall on health, life, and safety.
Yeah.
And I think that we actually had a good question from one of the PAs, which was, why do you have the other priorities in there if you don't enforce on them? And I think it's important to identify the fact that there was a conscious decision from the Board of County Commissioners to maybe put some of these things at a lower level, a lower priority, because it leaves a gray area there. And so when we've had talks like this, there are things within our codes that we may like or not like, but are a product of the codes that we have. And we can always go back and take a look at that to some extent. But what you're going to see is that that focus on health, life, and safety is at the core of what we do. And that goes beyond like building things. I mean, that goes into like an emphasis on solid waste. Yeah. And things of that nature that are health hazards associated with it. So we'd be glad to take a list by list look at all of this and see if there's something that may want to elevate or reduce. And we can have an assessment of that and come back to you and talk, but I guess I just want to make sure that's kind of the focus, is really kind of in that sweet spot.
What's the caseload of our average code enforcement officer?
I have that.
Yeah, what's that? What are they? How much are they dealing with?
Well, currently in total, we have about 424 pending code enforcement cases.
How many? Wow. How many? How many?
It's a big county.
God, that's a big number. How many officers do we have managing that large caseload? We have 5. So they have like 100 each.
Yeah.
So that's a great question.
Yeah.
Before this
Right, I was
this
just gonna
priority
say
got
this.
300.
Per
Used to be 300. So we used to have over 400 cases per
person.
Per person.
Oof.
And I want to go back. I'm going to name drop really quick. Commissioner Soa back in the day.
Oh, I
This is where
remember.
this started. I mean, a lot of the discussion with the board back on that time about true use of resources.
Yeah.
And the fact is, we care about all the codes that the board has and the community set up, and we just don't have the there's not enough money to throw at that problem to solve that problem. So the question about developing a priority list was key in really getting that caseload down to a manageable level within the available funding that we have.
Yeah.
Our code enforcement staff are put in a very difficult position. Every day they'll get a call and say, I want you to enforce that. And we have to honestly answer, that's not within our priority list. We don't have the ability to do that. And it's a difficult position to be in, but it's still, you look at that caseload, the idea is to try to get it around 100 or less, which we're kind of getting to that sweet spot, which is great.
Okay. I mean, looking back on my very short tenure here on the board, generally what's brought before us by county council is like pretty cut and dry. Like, yeah, this is a situation we have to deal with. And some of those situations are very complicated and difficult, and they involve human services and a lot of things. Every now and then, and recently we had a conversation where it's like, really? Like, it feels a little on the edge. And so, and you all are very busy. We always talk about how we don't have enough code enforcement. We have limited resources. We can only fund so many. I would love that, us to be able to respond to all of these things. Who has the authority to stop pursuing a case? And then, like, if the board's just kind of like, you said equitably, and I agree, but where's that line where we're like, yeah, you know what, we're not gonna, we're aware, but it's not there yet for us? Is it just, are you guys just making that on the staff level? Does it have to come before the board on every single issue that we choose to not pursue? Or if it's gray?
Well, and just for the sake of the public that's listening right now, those topics and those questions that you hear are those cases that they have chosen not to work within a cooperative manner to get resolution. Because again, we start from a position of education, coordination, cooperation. Let's work towards resolution. Some folks don't want to go down that path. And so the ones that you hear are the ones that have gone through that educational process. They made the conscious decision not to move forward it was one of the options that we availed them. I'm not saying they're bad for doing that. That's not it. There may be reasons behind that, but they've chosen not to do that. They've gone in front of our hearings officer, and they've still continued to not want to meet to resolve the issue. And now we're going through this filing of a judgment or a legal case, a civil case against them regarding it. And the board has, at any point in time when we get to that point, I believe, the ability to dictate that we don't advance this case further at that point, and that's the power and prerogative of the Board of County Commissioners. Staff has no ability to say yes or no.
Right.
Okay.
We can't waive a case and just say, no, we're not going to enforce that.
You're very much bound by statute.
We are.
If we have 7, top priority's 1, 7's the lowest, right? But we only have the resources to really enforce 1 through 4. Does it look like we're not doing our jobs that we say we can enforce through 7, but we don't? Does it cause a level of confusion to say, these are the clear standards in which we can enforce? If we go beyond that, then we're basically saying we can't we can't enforce what we said we should be enforcing. Is there confusion there? I know you said it's gray, but I also feel like we're under delivering what we could possibly commit to.
Sure, I think, and council may have some, I think council has some comments on this too, but part of it is being clear and concise about what we can and can't do, and showing that there is, as Dan has noted, consideration in setting these priorities. I know.
Yeah, I think it's helpful to have this guidance either way, because I think we get comments all the time. By the time the case would come to our office, I might get a call from the property owner to say, hey, why are you sending me this just because I have, 3 inoperable cars on my property? It's like, okay, well, we have it in code, all the way down to 1, but we're not enforcing those because we've made a policy decision. We're not going to do that. And it's helpful when we work with the neighbors too, when they call in, because they get the same phone call like, hey, what's the standard? Well, here's the standard. 3, we're going to enforce. 1 and 2, we're not because of resources. And the secondary issue with that is something called discretionary immunity. When you say in code or in statute that you're going to enforce something and then you don't, but you can make a decision based upon finances to not enforce, and that gives you protection from either a mandamus claim that you're not enforcing something that's just ministerial and we could be sued, so it protects us there, as well as potential liability. This comes in, the cases are more in the context of there's a plan and a transportation plan to add a stop sign here or add a stop light there, and it hasn't happened yet, and an accident happens, and we get sued. It would be, well, look, we didn't have the resources to do it immediately. We had a plan, we're working through that because of different considerations financially, and we get some protection from that for this discretionary immunity. We can't do everything for the public all the time. We put a plan together to use the resources we're given to do this work and do it responsibly. So having both, making this decision as to what we're going to prioritize and enforce helps us legally. It also helps us in the communication with the public. This is why we're doing it. This is the policy decision.
Can we be taken advantage of, like I can ride that line?
Well, people do.
Piss off my neighbors, but I know if I don't do one more car, like I'm going to work the system. Are we making it easier to have people just,
Well, there's always a line you can draw. Is it one unregistered car or is it one dirty car? What's your policy standards that you're going to enforce for livability? We're not down at that level. We're drawing it at a different place, which is if you have this inoperable vehicle in your property, there's a potential environmental risk. There's the livability of the unsightliness, the possibility of vandalism, things like this. And so it's a balancing act, and that's why it's a policy decision for the board. Is where do you want to draw that line to balance all those different factors?
Also, to expand a little bit, just on the financial side, just roughly, this program runs a little bit around about $1.3 million a year. No general fund associated with it. It's all programmatic funds that come from either our planning department, our sustainability department for solid waste and things, and our building services provides the money for it. And then they get a small amount of fees and fines that are collected associated with it.
Okay, thank you. That's my questions.
So the only kind of follow-up question with Commissioner West, at least this has kind of been my interpretation from the board a little bit, is really trying to reinforce that having code enforcement work towards compliance, and I hear that, and because we hear from constituents, and some of the things I guess that I see those that don't want to comply and are way out of compliance, and then I see some that maybe should have done some more research before they did something. I'll just give you one example, and maybe we could talk about it, is, somebody builds a gazebo and the setback isn't quite right. Maybe it should be 10 feet and they're closer, right? And they've got it all up, so they have an option of tearing it down, right, or moving it. But on some cases, you can apply for a variance, right? Mm-hmm. And so I guess that's my question is, if somebody has done that, are you able to work with them and say, well, look, you should have done A, B, and C, but if you go through all these steps, we can take a look at it. I mean, does that happen? I guess that's what I'm looking at, is for some of those people that have probably should have done a little more homework, they didn't, but it is what it is. So could you talk about that?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's a great example. That's a typical code enforcement case. Somebody comes in, they have built something maybe without permits and it's in the setback. That's where we have that conversation and that dialogue with somebody, and we help them say, hey, but you can't apply for a variance. Let's get you in touch with somebody from land use. You do need building permits because this is a permitted structure. This is how you go through that building permit process. We'll connect them with people to go and walk through the process. And as long as they're doing that in good faith and they're staying on track and they're meeting their goals, it's abated. That's a lot of what the work we do.
We talk to them to the extent that here's how you get it below a square footage where it's not a permitted structure.
Yeah, we can offer solutions and say, hey, you can make it smaller. You can do this.
We talk about the legal options that are available to go through a process. A lot of them, some large percentage of them are land use related, right. And so it's more of a you know, we started a small business, everything was fine, then it got too popular and it got too big. And it's like, okay, well, let's stop for a second, come back, let's figure out a process. Is there a process to get you
Right.
where you want to go, and what does that process look like? We've had cases that have come in and we've said, hey, you've got to go deal at the state level and deal through legislative changes to code. And some folks have done that. But again, that's a conversation about how you get to what they'd like to achieve. Sometimes it's possible, sometimes it's not. And we have legislation that we follow. We have county code that we follow. We talk about variance, so that what's feasible, what's not. And we afford to them all those abilities, if they choose to go forward with it.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Salas.
Yeah, I need clarification on a few things. So I'll just take the one that's on the slide right now. So as you have the slide up here, I'm looking at priority 2 violations, number 5, storage of one commercial vehicle over 11,000 pounds gross vehicle weight in the urban area, not in conjunction with a commercial activity. Okay, so what does definition of storage mean? I mean, it's obvious to me that, I'm trying to see how that really applies. Is storage simply that it's parked there? You know, I have a truck and I'm paying substantial fees, registration fees. It's over 11,000 pounds and it's on my property. I'm in the urban area. So I don't use it every day, and it's not necessarily tied to a commercial activity per se, my box truck. So is that now a violation?
It's not a violation until someone turns you in.
No. I'm asking, is having it, owning it on my property?
I think we can have somebody come up and talk about the storage component. Yeah, that's fine. Come on. Michelle and Ben's going to come up here for briefly and talk about that, the definition of what storage looks like and what it means.
Because I'm telling you that where I'm going to go next, there's a lot of folks out there that, there's some things here that language changes, I think that it's like bridge too far, frankly.
I'm going to make sure we're clear that there isn't significant changes from the 2018 discussion, but we can go back and revisit it.
Okay, so I just need clarification on, let's just start with this one.
Hello, good afternoon. Michelle Amond, I'm the Deputy Building Codes Administrator. I used to be the Code Enforcement Supervisor, so I kind of understand this stuff a little bit. When it comes to storage, what we did, the changes we made were for clarity. It's really hard to enforce in some of these codes that things aren't clear. So that storage component actually helps the code enforcement team. It is those properties that have a truck that is in the backyard, it's stored on the property, hasn't moved in months, it, has moss on it. If it's somebody that is parking their vehicle that they're driving, they may not move it every once in a while, but it's registered, they're driving it, that's not stored. It's those that, most of them are not registered and they haven't been in years, and they're stored and there's moss. Those are the ones we get the complaints on.
I'm talking about the ones that are registered.
If it's registered in a working vehicle that you're using, if you haven't used it in a year, then that's a problem. But for those people that use it regularly, wouldn't be a violation.
Well, you said months earlier. I'm not picking on you. So
Yeah,
we're all friends here.
Yeah,
You said months earlier.
you are.
Now you said a year. So
Yeah.
I need to understand what that really is, because there are people that, for example, that I know, they're not necessarily contractors, but they volunteer their efforts to restore church buildings, for example. I have a friend of mine that does that. It's not a commercial activity. He charges nothing for it, but and he does it maybe 1 or 2 a year, and he moves his truck accordingly, but he's not using it every day.
Usually we ask, can you move the vehicle? Are you able to move it? They move it for us, and they can show that it runs. It can be moved if it's licensed. That's usually what we do. If we can ask somebody, are you able to even move the vehicle? Most of them we enforce on, they can't move the vehicles at all, and they haven't.
Yeah, I don't know if people know this, but I don't know if we need work on this one, but I don't know if people know that a vehicle it's less than 11,000, but let's just say in this case it says 11,000. You know what the registration costs are for their vehicle that high to keep on registered? It's over $250, $300 every 3 months. Every 3 months. Multiply that times 4, that's 12. No one's going to register a vehicle and let it sit on their property if they're not using it. And so people are paying for it. So I just have if it's unregistered, I think that's a different story. If it's registered and people paying those fees, no one's going to pay a fee that high to register a vehicle and have it sit there for years and years and years.
And that's generally what we see. And I think generally when these situations come to light, they are unregistered. The ones that have a foot and a half of grass beside it, moss on it, hasn't been operated in months or years.
Yeah.
Those are the complaints we get. I mean, do we get?
I'm saying it doesn't say that here. It's applying to vehicles whether they're registered or not. So now I want to go to, which page is it? Page 3 of 13 of the packet. Okay, and this is why you're raising alarm bells with me here. Where under the line that says solid waste.
Where you at?
Okay, there we are, right there. Thanks. Okay, so there's a line there that says, second bullet, clarified amount. You're clarifying the amount. Okay, so clarified the amount of protrusible waste accumulation, fire storage, inoperable or currently licensed, not unlicensed, but currently licensed vehicles. Is that what you really meant?
He's right here.
I gotta read it real quick.
I've always understood unlicensed vehicle being abandoned, so don't get me wrong. But this one says currently licensed vehicles.
That should say inoperable and/or currently not licensed vehicles, vehicles that are not licensed.
So it's
or-
incorrect.
Yeah,
In the staff report.
in the staff report. That's the staff report.
All right,
Yeah.
but getting back to that line that I just talked about with the commercial vehicle, that's not, you're not making a distinction between licensed and unlicensed.
Let me pull it back up.
And that's not the only place, by the way.
That's part of the planning and zoning code for the 11,000, over 11,000 GVW for storage. Let me find it again. Do you have it in front of you?
I won't even talk about RVs that are borderline commercial, right? That are over 11,000 pounds, right?
Yeah, an RV would be different. And in this, because the zoning ordinance doesn't allow for storage of the vehicles over 11,000 gross vehicle weight. And so we're saying if you have a vehicle in the urban area that's not in conjunction with a commercial activity, so if somebody brings home a truck and parks it on their property and never moves it again, that's a violation.
Okay, so in the packet, that's an error. It should say unlicensed.
In the staff report.
In the
that's
staff
correct.
report.
In the
It's a
staff
mistake.
report. Again, having a priority 2 violation for a licensed vehicle, if that's always been there, my bad for recognizing it today and not seeing it before. But I think that's a bridge too far.
And this list is put in place so that the board can give us direction on what to enforce on. And that's why we're here. So if there's something you don't agree with, then that is something that you can change and tell staff not to enforce.
Okay, well, I'm probably gonna really, I guess my other question was, is there anywhere else where there's greater detail? Or is this it? Am I looking at the code as is?
This is not the code of those.
Right. So where do I'll just find the section where the full code is, because this is an overview. It's not the exact code language, correct?
This is the direction that comes out of the zoning, this particular list comes out of the zoning code component. So it'd be specific ZDO elements that are directing these standards that are on this list. So if you're looking for the ZDO component you actually add, what is the code that particular standard is trying to achieve, is what you're asking for.
Okay. Now the other thing too, distinction, let's just put this out there, and that is boats are vehicles as well, correct?
Boats or vehicles? Yeah, and RVs. Mhm.
No. For purposes of what?
Well,
This-
so there's a prior violation that happened a long time ago where it was a boat. And that boat just sat and sat year after year after year. So it had all the, it was unsightly. And unfortunately, it was not in the person's backyard, it was in the person's front yard. So everyone had to cope with that eyesore, okay? Is that a vehicle or is that solid waste?
In this case, it would be solid waste.
Pardon?
It'd be solid, if it's not licensed, hasn't been used, and there's garbage in it and around it, it'd be solid waste.
Okay, so, again, maybe I'm going too far here, I'm sorry for that, but, so if it was on my driveway, which obviously it's not, but if it was on my driveway and I cleaned it up, got it running, then it's no longer solid waste
And licensed.
and licensed.
And licensed, yeah, that's the key.
So solid waste is not a thing, it's a state it's a state of condition.
Jeffrey, do you
Yeah,
want to take that?
yes, I mean, if you have when you talk about a boat, and this comes up a lot, you'll have a boat that isn't licensed, but maybe it's on a trailer that is. And you don't have to keep the boat licensed, but if it's in a vehicle, especially if it's on a roadway, things like this, there are different requirements that apply to that, where it's at. Now, assuming for purposes of code enforcement, it's on their property, not in the road, because then we're dealing with a different issue as far as how we're going to manage that. But if it's in their yard and it's unlicensed, unregistered, it then counts towards that solid waste. But if it's licensed and registered, it's not, doesn't qualify at all. It's one of those education pieces that comes up frequently. Somebody calls on that boat, they call the homeowner and say, hey, look, we got a call about this boat. We get a letter generally, and then they call in, and it's like, get your boat registered. It's no longer solid waste, and that's what happens. It's one of those things. And if it's truly an unsightly thing, when you see those old boats that are deteriorating with trash in them, there's another component there too. It's like, and you can't use your boat to store garbage on your property. It's putrescible waste. So that's one of those back and forths where, when people do engage in the process, those are resolved. And it can take some time. I mean, I've had code enforcement cases that, because the person simply wouldn't engage with us, it went through the whole hearings process. We took it to court, we got a judgment. They still didn't do it. They never appeared. They didn't even appear at court for the contempt hearing and had to have an arrest warrant issued before they would finally engage in the process and come to court and work on the problem. So, yeah, there are some issues that seem silly that take a long time, but it's partly how people are going to engage in the process and work with us.
Well, I just think that if solid waste is a condition and it is not a thing by definition, then putting clarifying the amount of the conditions is different than clarifying the amount of things. Is that a distinction without a difference, or is it a distinction?
It does come up, and I see what you're saying. I mean, if something is personal property that's in use, and they can demonstrate a use for it that's allowed in that zone or on that property, and this comes up with equipment. In some places, in the rural areas, it's more likely that you can have a portable sawmill or something in certain areas, and that's acceptable. But if you put that in your backyard in an urban area, it's going to cause some problems, and that's a commercial activity that's not allowed in that location. So you have a zoning issue that comes in. So, but if the equipment is not working, it's not usable. It's kind of like the question about the truck. Hey, can you see if that runs? Then the state of that becomes part of the analysis. But sometimes when it's just bags of garbage, it's what it is. I mean, you just see it. It's broken down, deteriorating items. So there are more analysis or more description of a lot of these things elsewhere in the code. In Chapter 1003 is where a lot of the solid waste comes in. All the different provisions of the ZDO. So that question about the truck, that comes from multiple subsections of the urban portions of the ZDO that don't allow for those types of uses of the property. So this is sort of a summary, in a sense, or amalgamation of all those different places. There's a lot more information and description elsewhere. And some of it, for the case of the building codes, comes from the specialty codes that are adopted by our ordinance, and it's not in our ordinance itself. It's part of that state law and other codes that are adopted that we get the detail from.
Okay, thank you. It's an interesting conversation.
It always is.
Commissioner West has
I want to go back to the state of things because it's kind of how the garbage, it starts out as food, then it ends up as garbage, then it ends up in the thing. So it's an interesting dialogue to have.
All right, Commissioner West, go ahead.
Thank you. Just clarification. So earlier I asked, can we go beyond state statute? But clearly the county's regulating whether we can regulate licensed or unlicensed vehicles on someone's property. That's a county ordinance, so that is beyond state statute. And and maybe there's confusion with my understanding or how I'm communicating it, and that's okay. But I guess my ask is there a way for the board to compare our local ordinance with where the state is the state? And are we potentially asking to do more and intervene as the government more than what we need to, which just bothers people? Or is this truly an essential ordinance so that we can intervene when necessary to deal with the rat-infested vehicle that has grass 3 feet up the side of it, right? So like, we want to be as least intrusive in the public's life as possible. And we want, when we have to intrude, we want to tread lightly as long as possible to give the opportunity for resolution. The goal is resolution. We're not trying to be heavy-handed. In that spirit of not being heavy-handed, looking at and workshopping, maybe we are a little more extra than we need to be. We all know I love a little extra, but sometimes we need to be a little less extra compared to state statute.
I just want to go back, and I may have misheard you. I want to make sure we're clear.
Yeah.
When I said no, we don't, code enforcement staff does not go above and beyond the current either state statute that's there or county adopted codes.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
And we may have talked
Totally.
past, may have
Yeah.
talked past
Yeah.
on each other. Now, in regards to county codes that are dictated by state statute, the majority of those probably lie within our land use laws. Well, pardon me, no building services and all those requirements as well. We historically have, I'm not aware of very few areas where we have anything above the state statute requirements. In fact, we made specific changes to our zoning and development ordinance about a year and a half
Right.
ago to bring those into compliance, to lower the threshold and bring it into compliance at the state level. The building codes component is all consistent with the state.
Yeah, the building codes component has to be consistent with the state. It's set at the state level, it's a maximum and minimum code, so we're not allowed to enforce above or below the threshold, so it's exactly in alignment. In fact, it's the same state code here and in Burns. It's consistent.
And I guess my concern is what is the county's interest in worrying about a truck that might be used seasonally? And that's, could be 6 months, 8 months, a month out of the year, but that is a licensed used vehicle, right? And so let's call the neighbor, I don't know, let's name her Karen, gets really upset and is gonna be complaining and goes to the county. And then now we're asking some guy to knock on his door and annoy him and say, prove it moves. Right? Like, I don't know, like, what's my interest? We already have a large workload. We already have 1 through 7. I want to make sure that it is in not just, the residents' interest, but in the county's interest. We don't have an interest in that really, right? And I can see, especially in this county, I can think of a few, we would just be, I don't know, annoying and gumming them up because, of a complaint, and then we have to deal with it. So that's my concern. Where's that balance, and how do we do less things that don't really interest us?
Do you want me to answer that? I have an example.
No, hang on. I would love if you reduce this list. The community may not.
Yeah.
And we are in that difficult point of kind of where that line is at.
Yeah.
And there is no right or wrong on either side of that line. And it's a difficult thing to establish that line. The one thing I do want to share with you is the fact that we have made substantial process improvements and changes. We're not accusatory. We're not coming out there and coming after you. In fact, we send, hey, there's a letter that goes out that says somebody just kind of contacted us about this. And if Aunt Karen calls and says, I have a concern with my neighbor, and my neighbor, we call the neighbor, and the neighbor says, it's seasonal vehicle, it's registered, I move it, it goes. We're like, okay, thank you so much. You don't have a violation, and we're done. So we try to limit the engagement if and where we need to.
We're not out there like the HOA with the clipboard. Nobody likes that.
No. And that's that evidence gathering too. When something gets submitted, that's our opportunity to go have that conversation. Just like Dan said, it's like, they're like, look, I just moved it right now. I just came back. You saw it. And we say, there's no evidence. We're not opening this case.
But I want to be crystal clear. There are people in the community that want us to be the HOA out there with the clipboard.
Yeah.
And that's a pressure on each side of this dialogue. And so we try to, ride that line on, and that's why it's the health, life, and safety component that really kind of guides us in a lot of this priority list. And lets some of the stuff that's a little bit less go away. Why is 3 operable vehicles better than, or 2 operable vehicles better than 3?
Yeah.
It's just one less. I mean, and there's maybe a rhyme or reason to it. I don't know, but it's where the line's been drawn. So.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Question. So if the language used in what's on the screen is a staff report, that doesn't necessarily mirror the language used in the state code, right? I mean, that's maybe I'm missing something here, but if there's debate over some of the language used on the screen, and I heard you say it's staff report, so it's not specific to county code. What you just said was consistent with state code if we actually look at the county code. Is that right?
So the staff report is in error, number 1. Okay.
Just the worksheet part.
Worksheet part,
Not the attachment.
Right, so that's my point. If there needs to be a debate over the language used, then wouldn't it be more helpful and a good use of time to actually, if the question's raised, compare the actual language of county code and state code so that it reflects what you stated, that it mirrors each other, right?
I don't believe that 11,000 gross is in state code. I believe it's in our local land use ordinance.
It's not in state
zoning and
code.
development
Yeah,
ordinance.
that's our local.
Yeah.
It's not a state
No,
code.
I understand that. I understand that. Believe me, I understand that. But what I'm saying is, what I also heard was there seems to be some confusion over language used in what's on the screen that doesn't necessarily reflect specifically what's in county code. Am I right?
I think only in the worksheet part, when we get to the priority page in the back.
Right.
Pulling that, that language has been pulled from, like, that, in that one in particular, from ZDO 315 and 316 for
Right.
the urban areas.
I guess I'm not understanding you.
What, my only point is, if there's confusion over specific language used or not used, right? In terms of what you're debating.
The priority list that you see is predicated off specific code language that we have. And that code language is in the ZDO primarily associated with for example, that 11,000 gross vehicle weight. The verbiage is, I don't believe the verbiage is exactly the same.
No, this came from Jennifer Hughes.
Yeah, it's just a summary, kind of a summary that points back and then, so for example, if there's and correct me if I'm wrong, you guys work in this environment every day. If there's a violation brought forward, there's a specific citation to the exact element of code.
Correct. So when that happens, if you get a complaint about this vehicle, the code enforcement specialist takes that call, has a conversation with the complainant first to say, get the detail of it, and then talk through, okay, what you're describing is in fact a violation, and it's a violation of our ZDO. Okay, thank you. They fill out the report, and then they will draft the letter to the property owner to say you're in violation of ZDO 316 point whatever it is, that shows what this specific violation is, and they describe it. You know, storage of a commercial vehicle over 11,000 pounds in an urban zone. And then that property owner hopefully will engage and say, hey, it's not being stored. I use that. I just don't use it a lot. Or they don't respond, and then they will get a notice of violation letter, which defines that again and provides them an opportunity to request a hearing if they disagree. And then the process goes from there, of course, as Cheryl described. But they do go to that exact detail. So same thing with a building code violation. excavation or grading violation. It's the specific subsection of that code that's in violation, and if there's a corresponding like specialty code in some circumstances when we're talking about a building violation or a specific like DEQ violation, that's cross-referenced there as well, so that they know exactly what the standard is they have to comply with.
Yeah, I guess the point I was trying to make, and maybe it's just totally, it's not just because I'm on one knee, I'm not begging. It feels good not to be sitting. By the time, for instance, like last week, where there's a list of litigation requests, by the time those matters come before the board, is it accurate to assume that the process, the various steps your staff has gone through over months, it satisfies both state code and county code? In other words, you're not berating a local landowner for something that hasn't been sorted through and attempts made to deal with it without going to litigation, right?
That is correct. I even go one step further. In fact, the prior boards have established the fact that if, let's say we go out there and, actually, let's pretend your neighbor's Billy, and your neighbor Billy is in violation.
He's on one knee begging.
Exactly. And say there is a valid a building code violation, something like that. And let's say we go on that property and there's also a solid waste violation. We didn't get a complaint about the solid waste violation. We don't open the solid waste violation case.
Wait.
Unless it's so egregious that it becomes a life.
Right.
Health,
Yeah.
So I mean, if you get out there and there's a mound of garbage and there's, it's causing problems, then yes. If it's a lower priority, we don't open it.
But we do educate. That's a
do
good
educate.
We do
opportunity for the
educate no
conversation.
matter.
Okay,
which way it goes.
so you assess and then intervene as appropriate when you're there. Okay.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
All right. Commissioner Savas has a question.
Okay, I got a different question. I'm still back to this priority to the 11,000-pound vehicle, which, by the way, is a priority 7 if you're in a rural area, which
More space.
going from 2 to 7 is, all right. There are some very large old properties. Mine is not one of them. I have an old property, but it's not large, right? And I know folks that are contractors, right? And one in particular retired a few years ago. He's got a large property with a lot of vehicles that fit this description, right? No one's complaining, all right? But it just seems that if suddenly that's illegal, so to speak, right? And let's just say they all, I don't know if they all run in license. I assume they are because it's not sightly. It's not a sightly property. I'm just struggling with how that came to be. One vehicle on that line, one vehicle is a priority 2 violation. How did that come to be? What's the rationale?
It was always a violation of our ZDO. It wasn't spelled out and clear for the code enforcement officers enforcing it. So we would get clarification from county counsel, Jennifer Hughes, the planning director, those that counsel us when there wasn't clarity. And what we've done in some of these when they've kind of been split out is clarify what violation they would be, what level of violation, because it wasn't clear before. So
And
this
what
really,
number.
And what number. And I should also add that these numbers coincide with the citation amount. That also helps give the citation amount.
Dan, you know this, and you probably all know this, but, over the years, we've had some challenges, and, I won't say primarily rural, but most of them are probably rural that we've heard of since my tenure as a commissioner, where contractor doing a legitimate business is parking, using his property, his home, his residence, for a commercial use of sorts. I won't say he's grandfathered in or not, or he or she, whatever it may be. But though I know this, the way this is worded and applies, it says for non-commercial, for commercial activity, not in conjunction with commercial, so that's the out. But, you know, the challenge, I think, that I'm hearing from contractors, we can't find a place to operate or to store our equipment or anything else. Not totally related to this, but how, you know, how do we transition, or how do we, I won't say find places, but it's getting very, very difficult for any contract that I talk to have a rent or find a place to do what they do, you know.
Then we change the code. I mean, we can have a discussion with you about expanding that, and so you think about, let's just play that out. And you see it a lot with like budding business, like budding contractors that start, and I've got like one truck that I work out of, and I'm doing great. Then I expand, and I've got 2 trucks, and all of a sudden I've got 3 trucks, and then all of a sudden I've got a certain commercial establishment down off 213 that's growing and getting really big, and the talk that we have with them is more around. Okay, how do we get this thing legal? You know, because you're growing and you want to stay there. Is it a home occupation? Is it a home-based business? And what do we do? Sometimes some are associated with like farm uses and things like that. It's like, okay, come on in, get a get a conditional use permit. And so we try to guide them down a path of resolution. That may not always be possible, in all honesty. Some are more restrictive in certain areas, and mostly it's our urban areas. A lot of our transitional areas, like our RF5 zones and things like that, have possibilities. Timber and ag don't. I mean, there isn't a lot of flexibility there beyond our home occupation standards, which I can't even remember what the storage components can vary on that. But there's various sizes of home occupations you can do, but that doesn't solve the problem for all those individuals who are looking for space to rent.
So is home occupation interchangeable with commercial activity?
Yes. Yeah, it's a home-based business. I mean, and commercial activity can go one step farther because you can have commercial activity associated with when you look at our zoning and development ordinance, and that's why it's really like, what are you doing? Help me better understand it. Because you may have somebody who's out there with, I don't know, say I've got, Jennifer's going to kill me for being a planner right now. Say you've got I've got three semi trucks out there that are hauling hay, or I'm just thinking out loud, that are doing something associated with farming. And it's like, I need to be in this area so I can serve my farmers. So then the question is, do you have the ability to come in and do a commercial use associated with a farm use or an ag use or something? And that's possible in some of our ordinances. And that's why it's really a dialogue and a discussion to get down to the nuts and bolts of what exactly are you doing? You're not just storing a truck. I mean, what are you using the truck for? And help us better. And sometimes there's resolution to that.
Yeah. Well, you know, and I think again, getting back to contractors, it's not really a home-based business. They might have their office in their home, but they take their truck and they go to someone's property and they do what there's plumbing or whatever it may be, right? But they park their commercial truck on their property, right? And then they leave in the morning and off they go. They're not doing the work on their property in a residential area.
If it's based in their home, it is.
Yeah, but it's not necessarily a home occupation.
Depends on size and scope and scale. Yeah. So, like, say I'm a small one-truck operation. We're going to be here all day. Just say it's a one-truck operation, and I'm doing like the paperwork, and it's like, yeah, that's minimal. There's not even go to that level. So.
I know Martha and I have been through a lot of code enforcement discussions over the years. It's always very difficult and challenging to be fair and also recognize that no one wants live next door to an eyesore or have really some flagrant violations of solid waste. So we get what you're doing. So it's not as though we don't support you all. So,
and it's great you're asking questions about it, so we can have a conversation about it.
Commissioner Schrader has a question.
So how many rooster calls do you get a year? Okay, and the rooster, we get, right? Yeah, and you have to tell them not to shoot the rooster at least, but get the code enforcement officer out. And then there was a time a cat was peeing on his neighbor's car, and they called code enforcement. This is true. Call code enforcement. You know, how do you manage those?
Your grass is too tall?
Yeah.
One of the things we do that is great for our staff is when it is something that isn't enforceable by code enforcement, we connect people with a lot of other resources.
Good
You
job.
know, dog services comes up, people have questions about dogs, that's not our enforcement.
Barking
We'll do-
dogs, yep,
Yeah.
yep.
We also use a lot of community resolution, so we're able to connect people to community resolution services when it is like, this is truly between two people, and this is not in violation. So we do a lot of outreach that isn't, people call in with things that is not for code enforcement, and we do a lot of outreach and connecting people with other services.
Yeah. I believe the rooster calls was one of the reasons why Judy Hammerstead finally left the commission. She couldn't take it anymore. So anyway, that's all I have.
All
There's
right,
other-
well, we've had a robust conversation about this.
Commissioner Helm would like to speak.
Oh, I'm
Commissioner
sorry.
Helm,
Commissioner
okay.
Helm, I couldn't see you. Go ahead.
No, real quick, I just wanted to thank you for the presentation. And I appreciate that we're revisiting this due to the constituent complaints that we get about code enforcement and stuff. I just would like to know that if we do encounter something down the road that we feel needs to be changed, that's still an option?
That is correct.
Okay.
The board has the ability to adjust, either adjust the priorities before you today or have more of a direct dialogue around code adjustments where feasible.
Well, and I think I will say too, I went to the Happy Valley City Hall, what do you call it, their downtown vision open house they had the other night. I talked to 2 different people who are feuding with their direct neighbors. And it could so easily be resolved, and yet they don't want to resolve it. They were just, and I was fascinated by, it was about the war. And I just go, why would you want to fight with your neighbor? Why don't you have them over for coffee and,
Yeah.
trumpets or something? So I don't know. Sometimes I think people are retaliatory. I think they're petty. And, if someone complains about something about their neighbor's house that's not egregious, but it's kind of like, can you live with it? I mean, is it really killing you to like look at that? So I don't know. We kind of get in each other's grills a little too often, I think. That's it.
Anything else? All right, colleagues, are we at a point for a motion? Or not?
Or not? Do we need a motion or just to tell you
Yes.
to go forth and do good work?
Yeah, it's right here.
Okay, great. Oh, sorry. I move we approve the updated 2026 code enforcement violation priorities and enforced priorities list.
Is there a second?
Second.
Right, any further discussion? I should repeat the motion, I guess. So Commissioner Schrader has moved to approve the updated 2026 code enforcement violation priorities and enforced priority list. Commissioner Helm has seconded. And now I'll say, is there any further discussion?
I'm going to abstain due to the concerns I raised. I think it needs to be clarified between that one as far as priority 2 that we talked about at length, between the distinction between licensed and unlicensed. And, maybe they can be prioritized in different areas, but a priority 2 for a licensed vehicle, I don't think is very fair.
All right, any other comments?
I am inclined to abstain as well because I'm concerned and our code list is pretty long. So I think I'd like a chance to revisit this. But that doesn't mean it can't get passed.
All right, any other comments? Give a chance. Clerk, it's up to you.
Commissioner Helm.
Abstain.
Commissioner Savas.
Abstain.
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Mr. Chair.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-0 with 2 abstentions, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
And thank you so much for answering all our questions.
Yeah,
We
of course.
appreciate that. Gary, what do you got?
You have completed your business for today, Commissioner.
Oh.
We have another meeting.
Don't we have it?
We
It's
have
here,
another
right?
Commissioner Savas has his hand raised.
Oh,
Sure, before you gavel down, I just want to ask my colleagues here, is there a path to make a few tweaks that are regard to this conversation, or is it just going to fizzle out and nothing happen?
I'm open to tweaks.
Okay.
Sure, I don't think.
I mean, I didn't want us to become stagnant moving business forward, but I'm totally open to.
Yeah, if you
Yeah.
have certain things that you really want to see changed in language, just work with.
I clearly was piggybacking on some of your concerns with my comments, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
So
Maybe we
that's-
can put that on a green sheet at some time when you all think it's right for discussion.
Commissioner Helm has her hand raised.
Commissioner Helm.
I think it can be on an as-needed basis. I don't think we need to go, I think we can spend a lot of time in the weeds picking this apart, but I think it could just be as the situation comes up and it's presented to us. I'm fine to deal with it that way.
Okay.
Commissioner West.
I want to, because we talked about this a lot today, it's my understanding now that I'm going back to O&C lands, new development, big development, I briefly mentioned it earlier today, but give the board an update. Congress passed the FY26 Interior appropriations bill, the most significant change in favor of O&C lands in the last 40 years happened in that. They reverted back to the 1937 language, and it has increased our revenue share by 50% by removing the language we were concerned about. Massive, massive change for counties. So look, I believe an email, I don't know if you guys get it. If you didn't, I'll make sure staff gets you the email from the Association of O&C Counties. But this is a big deal. In 1982, it changed it to where we only get 50% of the shared revenue. Now that will be changed to 25/75 to counties.
But it's for sure.
Yeah, this passed, and the president will be, is going to sign this, the appropriations bill for Interior. And so that was something we were working also at the tail end here in DC, and that's money right back to the counties. And I do want to thank our entire delegation, Oregon delegation, in a bipartisan way, and worked on that. Especially, I know Senator Merkley's office was bird dogging that first pretty heavily, and so that's exciting news. That's big news for revenue back to the county.
All right.
Does that have to go through, which house, was that the House or the Senate?
It's through both.
It's through both.
It's done.
It's done.
Yeah, it needs a president's signature, I think, but they did not. They had always for years and years wanted very little language removed, and if that language was removed and not there in that appropriations bill, then it would revert back to the way it was originally supposed to be in 1937 O&C Act. And it's that was for the last 44 years we have been getting less revenue because of what happened in 82. That was changed now, and so we look forward to that revenue. That's significant.
Well, good job.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
We'll update. Good news at the
Yeah,
end
it
of the
is
day.
good news
Yes.
after this day.
Yeah.
So on behalf of the Board of Commissioners, thank you all for joining us, and we'll be adjourned.